Hello, buongiorno. Greetings, folks. It's a pleasure to see everybody here. My name is Dustin Cormier, and today we are embarking on another episode of How to Rock Astrology. In particular, we're going to be digging further into our cold readings today. Can everybody hear me okay?
Jeremy Griffith, who I consider to be the newest Charles. Okay?
Yeah, it looks like we can. All right, sweet. Greetings, welcome. It's a pleasure to see everybody here. We got a few folks hanging with us who are usually here. Desiree, it's nice to see ya. Mia Moore, it's nice to see you here as well. Julie G, Dr. Aniket Shrivastava, Taisneri, and Sways. So it's a pleasure to see all the usual folks here, and I'm sure as a little bit of time goes on, we're going to have a few more folks piling in. Drawing momentum, Elizabethany. Nice to see you guys. So, it is a real pleasure to be here, hanging out with you guys. This is to continue July's montage series of cold readings. Hello, Melissa. We've been doing all month, we've been doing cold readings. And cold readings, as everybody who's been here knows, the cold readings is what we call it a cold reading because it's not the same as a full reading, obviously, right? Nice to see you guys. So, when we do a cold reading, we don't get the same thing that you would usually get to see when you see me for a in-person reading. Now, for everybody interested, you can catch me at astrology@dustincormier.net. And it's there that you and I can hook up on email, and that is where I can hook you up with a real reading. And it's at that point that we can dig a little bit deeper into your chart. But everyone's been loving the cold readings. We're here to practice our passion for consciousness. We're here to practice astrology together as our community here on How to Rock Astrology. And to see how the spontaneity of an astrology reading can typically work. It can go all sorts of different ways. And that's just how we like it. If astrology wasn't complex, then it wouldn't really reflect humans, because humans are quite complex, as we all know. So, it's a pleasure to see everyone here. Like I said, we've been doing this all month, partly because I'm not in my usual spot, but also because I figured, what the heck? For the month of July, we're going to celebrate 10,000 subscribers here on my channel. And we're just going to do cold readings every week, every Thursday. Now after this, this is pretty much the end of it. Now we're going to go back to our usual programming next week, where I'm going to teach a lesson probably on Jupiter and its signs. I think we're going to probably do Jupiter in Gemini, natal Jupiter in Gemini next week, which is interesting because Jupiter's coming into Gemini right now. And then it will be only every second Thursday of the month that we do cold readings. So keep that in mind as we come along. So for everybody interested, I've got my email pinned to the top of our chat. It's astrology@dustincormier.net. Like I said, you'll get a little bit more out of that than you will out of the cold readings. But the cold readings have been a hit. So I'm really glad to keep them going. There's probably going to be some point where I just do cold readings once a week, like all the time. So this is a little teaser of that. So without further ado, we've already got quite a few people hanging out here with us. We always tend to catch quite a few as the live comes on and comes along. So we've only got so many people here. I'm just poking around and seeing all the different people who have thrown in their time. Desiree's been here with us for a long time. I almost feel like sometimes I like to just pick someone at the beginning who has been watching and who's been a big part of watching for a long time. I've got Sways. I've got my eye on Sways because she's been here. Same thing with Drawing Momentum. And Desiree as well. Now, all of you guys have been here for a long time. My instinct is actually to tell me, I think I've been seeing Drawing Momentum for a long time, watching our videos, watching our live cold readings. And I think that that's the one that's sticking on my head the most. Now, Drawing Momentum, you just threw in your birth time. I see it here. Now, the only thing you don't have here is do you happen to have a birth time? You've got your birth date, Drawing Momentum, but not your time. We can still do a reading for you. 9:45 a.m. Okay. Well, I think that's it. I think you've been chosen, Drawing Momentum. If you dare. Bwomp, bwomp, bwomp. Cue the organ music. I think we have our first contestant for the show, ladies and gentlemen. So welcome, welcome, welcome. For everybody watching, this is our first cold reading of the day. And Drawing Momentum has volunteered to be our guinea pig. Now, I should say this first. I should always say this before I choose the person. But Drawing Momentum knows what's going on, so I feel okay about it. When we do a cold reading, I haven't taken the time to, it's nice when I can take the time to do a full reading so I can digest the things I want to say before I want to say them. Now, with a cold reading, we're just going to slap you right on my Frankenstein table and start poking around in the background of your psyche. And that being said, I always like to say that if you ever get chosen for this, do recognize that the nature of astrology is to dig deep. That's part of my game here. I'm Venus Atmakarika, and my Venus is very strongly placed in the sign of Virgo. It's not strong by sign, but it has reasons why I say that it's okay. But it is in Virgo, so I'm a very psychologically critiquing person. And it comes out through my Leo rising. I'm just like, blah, so I say what I really see. And the intention here is to draw attention to the things in your chart that might be drawing you back in your life, as well as to see the whole picture of what you want to do with your life. Amazing. Thank you, Drawing Momentum. So, Drawing Momentum, you are a female, and you identify as a female. The last thing, Drawing Momentum, do you have a particular sexual preference? Again, this is something that you don't necessarily have to share, but if you do share, it'll make it a little bit easier as I do my scorpionic thing and talk about the practical realities of relationships and of expression with other humans. Married to my man for, how long does that say? 18 years. Beautiful. How sweet to hear that, Drawing Momentum. So we have somebody here who has been married to her man for 18 years. I love to hear that. Now, for everybody watching, I appreciate everybody being here with us. Oh, look, our thing's working now. Our little thing on the bottom left corner. I did nothing to make that work. That's kind of frustrating. But it's less frustrating than if it wasn't working. So for everybody watching, if you should ever feel like it, it's always appreciated but never obliged. I have a PayPal donation link that I've just thrown into here, and I'll kind of just throw it in there once in a while. Like I said, it's kind of just passing around the hat, but for everybody here, this does well for my channel. I get lots of likes, I get lots of views, I get, and we get to express our passion for astrology. So don't ever feel obliged to put nothing in the basket. Okay. So let's start digging in here, folks. Before I share this, I'm going to do a new chart. Yeah, let me do this first because I got the chart of another person here. I'm going to exit out of that. And I'm going to exit out of that. Just getting out of these old charts that I was looking at. Okay, without further ado, hello there, Sammy. Nice to see ya. All right, so let's start digging in here, folks. We have drawing momentum's birth time locked and loaded. So, drawing momentum. Here we have January 19th, 1967. If I think about it, you're probably in the year of the horse. 61 is my mother's year, that's the metal ox. So 67 would technically be the goat, which is my year. But since you are in January, it's likely that you are in the year of the horse. And that would be the fire horse, which is a wild, crazy energy. In the Taoist astrology, they say that the fire horse is wild because horse is already a fire energy. Let's see if that relates and rolls with anything in our reading. Now I've got Omaha, Nebraska. That looks like that one. So January 19th, 1967, female, USA. So the time and date that I've thrown in for you here, drawing momentum, gives me a birth time, a rising sign at about 10 degrees, 20 minutes of arc of Pisces. Can you guys see me? Yeah. So let me know if this looks correct. Yeah, so drawing momentum, you'd be the fire horse if it's 1967. 67, the 6 and 7 are always fire. And then 8 and 9 are always earth. Hey, Toxica, nice to see you. We have somebody asking a good question. My friend Elizabethany has asked, you know, it's always cool to talk about the Taoist astrology. It's something that I roll a lot into. I observe it. It's especially interesting in romantic situations, but there can be real description. You know, Taoist astrology is its own whole elemental thing. And maybe one of these days I'll start doing combination readings, talking about the Western chart and the Taoist chart. Although I haven't been officially ordained or I haven't done any official training with the Taoist astrology, that's why I'm a little reticent to go on and really do a thing on it. But there is a slight numerological resonance of the astrology of the West with the astrology of the Taoists. For example, Elizabethany has mentioned that the rat, I would have thought that you might have thought that the rat relates to Sagittarius, but we're talking about the horse. That's okay, I digress. But the rat relates more to Sagittarius than anything. And even then, they're on a similar place in the calendar, but I still would not be inclined to fully correlate them. You know, it's if you really want to get into Taoist astrology, you got to let go of your preconceptions of Western astrology because it's a whole different thing. The way the elements cycle through the organs, it's a real incredible soul science, and it runs quite alongside Western astrology. You know, if you've got a lot of fire in your Taoist astrology chart, it means something completely different than the fire that we know from Western astrology. Western astrology has 4 elements. Taoist astrology has 5. So it's you're working through a whole different, the poetry of fire means something completely different between the two of them. The fire of Western astrology is like destiny. It's an internal intuition, whereas the fire of Taoist astrology is like the heart. It's ding, bing in this area, in the small intestines. It's Shen, vision. It has to do with digestion in a way. So it's a whole different thing. But good question, Elizabethany. I like to shoot the shit about the differences between the two. Aries does relate with the dragon in terms of similarity of time, but again, be careful of making correlations because Aries and the dragon are two different things. Hey Marcella, Melissa Madrid. Now Sal has asked, hey Dustin, good to see you. And you have a question. Can one transcend their lunar nodes if they burn through their karma? It's a good question. Sal has asked, can someone transcend their lunar nodes if they burn through their karma? I would say that, burning your karma is the process of self-realization. And I'm sure you'll find that the nodes play a key part in your self-realization. So I don't think it's right to necessarily say that one transcends the nodes. Or at least to think that the nodes, the way you've set up the question is to say, if I do this, then I've transcended the nodes. Rather, it should be understood that burning your karma is transcending the nodes, and that we can't, in my personal opinion, we don't necessarily want to run away from the nodes. The nodes are the karma. It's the perfect, all of us here are living alchemists and magicians, making a sum of our past life energy, which is greater than its parts. And you need to use, it's like Libra in a way is a very psychedelic way of describing what karma is all about. It's the magic of, I often describe Libra this way. If you have a bag of peanuts and you're a peanut farmer, you've got so much peanuts that a pound of peanuts is like 5 cents to you. It's worth nothing. But you take it to market and you know that you need, let's say, phosphorus as a fertilizer. And peanuts eat the phosphorus in the soil. So you need phosphorus because you make so many peanuts. Now you go to this phosphorus farmer and he has no peanuts. He could use some peanuts and he has lots of phosphorus. Let's say this bag of peanuts is worth about $10 at the market. But you can take it to this guy and you give him a little bit of a deal. It's like you'll sell it to him for $5 a bag. Then he'll sell you his phosphorus for $5 a bag instead of $10 at the market. So it's 1 + 1 makes 1. Where did that extra karma go? Went into the hat like a rabbit. The karma has disappeared because of the alignment of the soul with reality. And our karma has a metaphysical, elemental embodiment, an alchemy. We need to apply the alchemy properly in order for that karma to disappear, which means we can't really transcend the nodes. Rather, we can integrate them, realize them, and sort of move through them without letting them stick. So I hope that that's a relevant answer to your question, Sal. Most times whenever anybody tries to lose or to get away from the nodes or any karma, is I think it often smacks a little bit of like an escapism. Because ultimately, what the best method to do, my answer to Sal, the best approach to what we're talking about with astrology is to observe astrology, see your patterns, recognize your patterns, see how they have operated, see how they could operate, talk with an astrologer about what you could expect to happen. Then let go of astrology. Sit in the heart space, learn to meditate, learn to accept the flow of reality. When you are in the flow of reality and you're listening to your heart, whatever happens in your reality is going to reflect the perfect way that you are supposed to do your astrology and your karma. It helps to know it, but transcending it comes by transcending the knowledge of astrology and getting into yoga, getting into meditation, finding ways to follow your path and listen to your inner intuition. Astrology can show us in a lot of ways what's in our intuition. But sometimes with the nodes, for example, it says you got to be your south node and you got to be your north node at the same time. You got to bring them both together. But then there's a moment where if you've got the south node in Scorpio and the north node in Taurus, and there's a transit happening in Scorpio, a very scorpionic moment happens that pulls your south node out of you. And it's hard for you to fully stay integrated in your north node in Taurus. Sometimes that's the karma that's called for in that moment. For you to think, oh, this is my south node in Scorpio, it's this bad thing. Sometimes you got to just sit with that karma. I recently talked about, I don't want to get too much into this particular thing. We did a Q&A. We're talking about how when you're sitting sometimes with south node energy, you got to just sit with it. I could explain more on that, but the ideal is that sitting with your heart and sometimes just sitting through south node energy is the burning of karma. Sitting with rahu energy is the burning of karma. You don't want to run away from that because that is the tool. That is the alchemical bag. That is your alchemical tool belt that you have to use, realize, and then use in order to make the elements of your past a sum which is greater than its parts. You can't do that without those parts. Right? Amazing. Sal, you started the Kriya Yoga training with Ryan Kirkzak. I'm so glad to hear that. So I could shoot the shit about this forever. Hi, Maui Logic. Nice to see you. Stephen Denton. Sonia K. Nice to see you, darling. So I'm just going to quickly peek along. Hey, Brutus. Nice to see you, homie. All right, folks. So let's start to move into our reading here. Drawing momentum, my friend. I hope that you've been okay. Hanging out and listening to our little introduction here, but I got you on my mind, my friend. I hope that you're still here, and if you are, I think that, without further ado, I think that we should start digging into Drawing Momentum's chart here. Yes, okay. Drawing Momentum is here with us. Thank you again for the questions, Sal, and always feel free to ask questions, folks. A lot of the times, it's how I am, I think, as a Leo. Sometimes I'll answer questions, but sometimes we got to rock and roll and stick to our planned programming here. But always feel free to ask. It's nice to see lots of comments on my channel, Okay, let's start digging into it, ladies and germs. Here we have, let me see if I can just make this cozy on my thing dangler here. Okay. Looks like we're good. I'm always expanding my practice. I've been digging into Ernst Wilhelm's early childhood planets, and that's been doing me some real good. We have something very interesting going on in this chart, where one of these early childhood planets, the moon, is exalted in Taurus. It's nice and close to the 4th house cusp, which is both showing some pretty good signs. This is a very powerful moon, I can already tell. It has what we call yoga power. So anything that this is in a positive trine with is going to bring some, positive energy towards it. We have here a Pisces rising for whom the moon rules the 5th house. And Mars happens to rule the 9th house. And Mars and the moon they probably have things going between them here. Yes. So the moon is hitting Mars at 245 points. Very interesting. I'm just shooting the shit right now, just scratching along and seeing what's sticking out for me. The sun is a little bit, not the strongest in its Vimshopak. Oh, the sun, it's not the Atmakaraka, but it's at 28 degrees. Wow. Lots of late degree planets in this chart. We see Mercury has the latest degrees, and it is, so Mercury is the Atmakaraka in this chart. It's combust the sun, I'd say very much so. Let's see what else is going on here. Mercury is combust, Jupiter, Uranus, and Pluto are retrograde. So Jupiter is retrograde in the sign of Cancer. Did I just see that? Yeah. Oh, wow. And it's also very late degrees. Very interesting. So cool. This Jupiter is retrograde, which gives it a little extra sauce. It's in the sign of Cancer. Its dig ball is probably not the best, but it's still got great yoga power. It's Ishta, right? So it's exalted and it's opposite the sun, which gives it very strong Ishta. So this is a Jupiter with great yoga power. And it is, of course, the chart ruler. Very interesting. And this Jupiter is strongly helping out this sun. Now Jupiter is getting dinged a little bit by being opposite Mercury, but by being also opposite the sun as well, it's being delighted by the moon. This Jupiter is looking pretty good. It's got lots of delight going towards it. I see there's not really any planets that are really hurt that bad except Mercury. Yeah. So Kala doesn't really recognize that. Oh, so it's a bit of both. Mercury is delighted by the sun on one hand, but it's combust by the sun on the other hand, because Mercury has the sun for a friend. Mercury is the 4th lord and the 7th lord, and Mercury is holding Uranus and Pluto. So the combustion of Mercury here, and Mercury is the Atmakaraka. Very interesting. I think that is really going to play a key part in what we discuss in this chart. The Swamsha of this chart, that's the Mercury in the place of the Atmakaraka. Mercury as the Atmakaraka in the Navamsha chart. This is something you guys have probably seen me look at. Mercury in 29 degrees of Capricorn is in the Navamsha of Virgo. So this person is a Virgo Swamsha, just like I am. Mercury rules Virgo naturally. So the Atmakaraka is very happy in its Navamsha chart. For everybody who's listening, the Navamsha shows very key. It's something in Vedic astrology that we do. It shows very deep key. Sometimes we say that the birth chart is the seed and the Navamsha chart is like the flower. It really strongly shows how we apply ourselves to what we love, what we believe in, to our truth, to the 9th. It relates to the 9th house. The Atmakaraka in the Navamsha chart will show the placement of its sign, its Navamsha sign, shows a key dimension of this person's consciousness. So here we have a Virgo Swamsha in a Pisces rising chart. And Mercury is the Atmakaraka. This Mercury could fall into Leo, it could fall into anywhere. It's not often that you have the Atmakaraka exalted in the Navamsha, and therefore that this Virgo energy, even though the Mercury is combusted by the sun, it's still a good thing that Mercury is exalted in the Navamsha. It's kind of a signification that the things related to Mercury and Virgo are going to be strong. We can see that there's going to be some positive energy there. So that's amazing. Especially because Virgo rules the cardinal 4th and 7th houses. And Uranus and Pluto are being channeled through that Virgo. Very interesting. You know, right away I could really see with Pluto and Uranus, you're in this Pluto and Uranus and Virgo generation. This is right on the 7th cusp. And of course you're a Pisces rising. So those are on the 7th cusp. So there will probably be some interesting power plays related to marriage, to relationships. Not to mention the fact that you've got Neptune and Ketu, the south node, in the 9th house, which is an even deeper marriage house. So there's lots to be said here. Lots being spoken of. Venus is interesting here in the 12th house in the sign of Aquarius. There are no planets, again, that are really dinged too bad. Venus is delighted by being in the sign of Aquarius. Saturn is, you know, pretty happy-chappy where it's at, too. It's not being harmed by anything. Although Saturn does not like being in the first house. It doesn't like being in the first house, so it's got weak Digbala. It's kind of close to the sun. It's very close to its exaltation point. So this Saturn has a little bit of struggle here. This is a Saturn which rules the 11th and 12th house for Pisces. That probably shows that there are some struggles with Saturn, with holding consciousness, with relating to growing up and dealing and maturing with time in a clever way, in a way that fits the Saturn, in a way that fits the nature. Drawing momentum says that they are super bad with time. Yeah, so that does make sense. But, you know, this isn't a Saturn that, well, it's not placed in a way, it has no shame or starvation. So this is a Saturn that will probably not bring you great grief in your life, I would say. Drawing momentum says she's an artist. She often lives in her imagination, the great escape. Talk about Pisces rising. And we see here we've got Chiron. Chiron is in probably about 20 degrees because Chiron, as we can see, is opposite Cancer in the Navamsha. So Chiron is about 20 to 23 degrees, so it's pretty much conjunct Saturn in the first house. That's an interesting signification. Having Chiron right there past the first house cusp, and it's with that Saturn. You know, there's a Saturn being here in the first house shows that, especially with Chiron there, and it's opposite Uranus and Pluto, there's some interesting significations there, you know, especially because Pisces is opposite the Virgo Swamsha. So it means, you know, when you have the Swamsha in the 7th house, what's opposite to the Swamsha is signifying something related to relationships. So your first house energy, having the Swamsha in the 7th kind of signifies that you can be a relationship-oriented person. You often think very much in terms of the other person. This Saturn being here in Pisces in the first house, there are significations of it essentially, you know, it's interesting that it's trine Ketu and Neptune here as well. Like this Saturn really is getting interactions with all of the outer planets. And because it's not that happy in the first house, it's close to its exaltation and it's close to the sun. There are a lot of significations that this Saturn does get dragged down by a lack of opportunities, by a feeling, you know, you got to watch for victimization, especially when it comes to the 11th and 12th house for a Pisces. Saturn ruling the 11th and 12th house for Pisces shows that there is, for every Pisces, a sort of, they tend to, through the 12th house, they surrender themselves to their 11th house. They kind of surrender themselves a bit to a legacy. This is why Pisces can often be the starving artist, who they give so much to their legacy, sometimes to their children, sometimes to a company that they'll work for, and they'll just surrender to it. It's a surrender that they give to something that helps them develop and evolve through that 11th house. Now this Saturn probably has Venus is in the 12th house of Aquarius, which is nice. And this is a Saturn placed the way it is, close to exaltation, close to the sun, close to the first house cusp. It lacks snap and power. When Saturn is lacking that snap, it's lacking yogic power. And it's right on the first house cusp. So you probably identify it some ways with like, oh, a lot of the things I do have never been made to last for a long time. I've never been one to really care about my future and about my boundaries and about myself. It's like everyone can see that there's this sore 11th house lord and 12th house lord right on your face. And Chiron and all these outer planets are going to play some tricks with it too. So having the 11th and 12th lord, having any lord in the first house cusp, you're going to kind of express that through your personality. This might be a Saturn that kind of wants at some level. As a Pisces, you want to have security. You're someone who thinks about security. And the ways that you try to build security probably don't have much snap. You aren't used to thinking about it really. And this brings some, the feeling that like, this is what I am. Almost like a cosmic victimization. And you should be careful of that. But Saturn is okay in Shadbala, ultimately. It's not too bad. The sun is one planet also that we have some significations of being a little bit difficult with Shadbala and with what we call Vimshopaka. Sun and Saturn are both very important planets for projecting yourself, for creating yourself. So I've been going on a few tangents here and just shooting the shit. Hi, Maria. Nice to see you. So, this is just me giving some brass tacks ideas about what I see in this chart. It is a lot of information to hold. This is the funny thing about cold readings is I don't usually, I'm doing these little scratching into things that I would typically have done before I get to a reading. The sun is starved by Saturn, although Mars is giving the sun its 4th house aspect, which is really helping the sun a lot. As well, again, Jupiter is opposite the sun, and the sun is delighted. So the sun is our true selves. This person has the capacity to express their true selves. The moon has no really ugly delight, no ugly starvation of anything. Mars doesn't really have any ugly starvation of anything. And Mercury is another one of the early childhood planets. Now, Mercury is damaging Jupiter a little bit, and that's the 1st house. Jupiter has Mercury for an enemy. That's one of the only real Lajatati Avashas that we could see are kind of an ugly thing in this chart, is that Mercury, Mercury is starving Jupiter as the rising sign lord. Mostly, though, this is a pretty okay chart. This chart has a lot of balance. My Virgo nature is always looking for the stuff that we could point at and kind of say, this might be showing some difficulty. But this chart has a lot of balance. I think Saturn and the sun are probably one of the two main things that show a bit of difficulty. Venus has a little bit of difficulty too, as the Rahu lord, and it's in the 12th house. So we're going to start moving towards talking about that. As well, we have here, so we have here a relationship-oriented chart because the North and South Node are in feminine signs. It's the Earth and water signs are where the South Node and North Node are. Furthermore, the North Node is with this exalted moon, which the moon is actually pretty happy chappy. The moon is with Rahu, so that is going to bring a little bit of hunger, a little bit of some kind of difficulty. We would have to talk about it. But it's a strong moon, so Rahu is drawing into the strength of this strong moon. It's very possible that early in your life, especially with the South Node and Neptune up here in Scorpio, in the ninth house, there's probably a scorpionic Neptunian desire at the early part of the life to surrender oneself, to almost have a spiritual impulse of not giving oneself what one needs. And the Neptune is going to exacerbate this because the South Node, remember everybody, the South Node is like a rising sign in itself. Wherever the South Node is almost like having the rising sign there, but it's more of an emotional, deep root of emotion. The moon itself is just a part of our personality. But the nodes are like this karmic suckhole of meaning for the chart. So the South Node being on Scorpio shows significations that there's past life energy occurring through the spot where the moon is debilitated. There's deep roots in Scorpio in this spot where the moon is debilitated. Now, the moon is exalted, which kind of helps to kind of balance that. But still, this is a person who's used to operating in the scorpionic way, which is not conducive to the lunar sharing and adapting energy. Neptune being there too, this probably shows that even in your current experience with, hey there, Kitty Black, hey there, Catherine, the South Node and Neptune being in Scorpio probably shows that even as you've grown up, we have somebody here who's, you'll have to excuse me for number dropping you on you here, drawing momentum. If you're 67 years old, 77, 87, 97, 2007, 2017, 55, 56, about 57 years old, right? Feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. So you're about 57 years old, drawing momentum. So you have gone through your ketu maturation. You've gone through the Rahu maturation. At 36, we have the North Node starts to come online. Then at 43, the North Node matures. Then 57 going on 13. Good answer, drawing momentum. So then Ketu matures at the age of 48. Now, after Ketu matures at 48, the themes related to the whole lessons of the evolutionary nodes of the moon are kind of set in place. And it's after 48 years old. Folks, like this is something, I love doing charts of people who are in their 50s in this area because there's lots to talk about. It's good to note how the energies of the nodes would have come through your evolutionary path in this life, and to discuss how those are things that are kind of set. The nodes are something that are really a part of who we all are. Now, there's also something that I like to talk about, and it's called Naisargika Dasha. And you guys have heard me discuss this. It's a natural age sequence. When we are 0 to 1 years old, the moon is operating. And if you've ever heard of dashas, it's like this, it's this something that I don't get into enough. And sometimes I feel like I should. You know, this person came into Jupiter dasha. It's a whole interesting thing to talk about. But for me, I mostly focus on I've got my main things that I focus on. And one of them is this Nisargika dasha. So it's a dasha that happens universally for everybody. With Vimshottari dasha, you could be 50 years old, like, you know, drawing momentum here is 57 years old. She's in the Jupiter dasha, Jupiter Vimshottari dasha. And that means Jupiter is playing a part specifically for her. But everyone from age 52 to about 65 is in what's called the Sun Nisargika dasha. So Nisargika dashas, we can see how they unfold. From 0 to 1 or 2 is the moon. From about 2 to 6-ish is Mercury. From 2 to 6 is Mars, the terrible twos. It's Mars. And then Mercury is from about 6 to 12. These are the 3 early childhood planets. Moon at the earliest, then Mars from 2 to 6. We're learning our terrible twos. We're learning to speak for ourselves, to stand up for ourselves. Then from 6 to 12, Mercury is a prepubescent self-exploration. Finding out who we are, what we like to do, how we like to make friends, and how to relate with people and ourselves in a way that can overcome our own inner obstacles. Now, this person doesn't have too much junk in the early childhood planets. Then from 12 to 32 is Venus, Nisargika dasha. From 12 to 32, we're getting out the puberty. We're experiencing what love kind of means to us in relationships and marriage, and how to sustain our energy. Not just through marriage and relationships and sex and all of the Venus things and luxuries and these things, but through an internal recognition of what we need to regenerate ourselves. Venus is like the soles of our shoes. We're climbing up a mountain. We want soft things under our shoes in order that our feet don't hurt as we climb up the mountain of our lives. From 32 to 52 is Jupiter. And this is an important cream of the life. From 32 to 52, we are really in the summer bloom of the soul. And we are experiencing a lot of our life the way we want to. It's for joy's sake. It's a little bit more subjective. We want to align with things through Jupiter dasha from 32 to 52. Then from 52 to 65, we are in the sun period. The sun period is the cream. It's what was this all for? You know, after 48, the nodes mature. Then you got 4 years left until the age 52 happens, and you're in the sun Nisargika dasha period. So our friend drawing momentum is now at the spot of life where you've already moved through quite a bit of your sun dasha, but you still got quite a bit left. You are now asking yourself, where am I at in my life? What's it all for? And, you know, there are significations here that the sun has a little bit of hinky-jinky difficulties. The fact that it combusts Mercury is a bad thing for the sun and Mercury. It's in the sign of Saturn and kind of being starved up there. But Jupiter and Mars are both delighting this sun. And the sun is up at the top of the chart. So these are kind of some nice happy things. Now, you would have, at about, let's say about 36, you would have, so we've just set up the conversation for the sun, Nisargika dasha. So the next thing I kind of want to dig into is a little bit on the nodes. As we said, we've got a relationship nodal axis here. Let's talk a little bit about the south node in Scorpio. Again, usually from an early age, drawing momentum is asking, that's maybe why I often feel unseen and unheard. Drawing momentum, if you do feel unseen and unheard, it's very possible that you're in the sun period right now. And this would be a time where you would want to express yourself. I'd like to ask you, if I was here personally, and feel free to let us know, so you feel unseen and unheard. When we think about the sun, how it radiates its true self, creatively, do you have creative outlets in your life right now? We know that you've been with your man for 18 years. You're in an emotional axis of the nodes, which means that's probably been a big part of the battle of your life, is to connect things for you relationship-wise and emotionally. To ensure that you working things out with your husband. You were born at that time when having a lover, having a family is important. I'd like to ask if you have kids, if you don't mind my asking, drawing momentum. Were kids an important part of your energy field? The sun rules the 6th house for Pisces rising. Being in the sun period, for Pisces is a bit of a server. The sun identifies through Pisces as this server, especially serving through the 11th house of Capricorn. And as well, the sun is with the Atmakaraka. So it's likely during this sun dasha period that you would be seeking to serve something. And it's probably something even bigger than your own children. So you do have a teen. Yes, your husband is a stable Taurus with the moon in Capricorn. That's cool. You've got his sun is with your moon, and your moon is with his sun. That's very interesting. Now you've got a teen son who's a Scorpio, smart and kind kid. I'm glad to hear that. So for you, drawing momentum, your husband is 6 years younger than you, and this is your second marriage. Beautiful. Okay. So, obviously there's lots that could be said about the fact that as you get older, you're going to have to experience what this means for your family, that you are 16 years older than your husband. For the sake of it, ultimately it comes down. This kind of comes down to what is your intention in your life. And at this point, with the sun as the 6th lord in the 11th house, I wonder, do you have anything to live for outside of your family? Because the sun is in the 11th house. Do you have something at this period in your life that you can say, I've done a lot with my family, I'm taking care of my son, now I'm putting a lot of my energy into this thing that I believe in? This project, this muse, this company, this corporation. Is there anything that you have served and put a lot of energy and effort into your life that has allowed you to feel like you've contributed to society? Like the work and effort that you've put into was more than just you living and surviving, but it was you contributing to something. And is that important to you? Because I'm just kind of shooting the shit right now. Now you have some creative outlets, painting, making handmade books, but nothing that people see. And do you want to be seen is another question. And does your married life, does your social life allow you to express yourself in a way that you'd like to be seen? For example, feel free to let me know this, drawing momentum. Are you and your husband social people? Can you have parties? So you used to tattoo for 15 years, but you had to sell your shop to move for husband's job. I see you being this person who's really taking care of, your destiny and journey are really bending to the tone of your husband, which is not necessarily a bad thing. You're riding what you've got going on. You live in a super tiny mountain town. That's cool. So you're not so social, and you're living in this tiny mountain town. Now, I imagine that it must be tough for you, given that this is, you're at the cream of your life. I'd like to ask you, drawing momentum, if we were to say that this is the cream of your life, what would you like to do right now with your life? Your son is very important to us. Now, I can see that for certain, especially because what you got going on with that beautiful Jupiter in the 5th house, the creativity there. You would love to get your art out there. You know, with the sun in the 11th house, there are certainly significations of being able to tap into the internet. If you're living in this mountain town, obviously you have the karma of being close to your family. You're raising your son. You're staying close to your husband. And you're being a good mother. And I think that, you know, what we have to consider is that this Jupiter being in Cancer in the 5th house is opposite that sun. This kind of signifies that what Jupiter does for her children in her own creative, quiet ways is giving that son some delight. Jupiter, by being there, you know, it's almost like what you do for your son, and probably your husband too, gives you a little bit of this sense of being, of doing what you want to do with your life. Being Virgo Swamsha too means digesting things for all the people around you is also a good thing. But there are significations, especially with Pluto, Uranus in the 7th house. There are some significations here that, you know, you might be a little bit tied up with your capacity for creative expression because you probably spend a lot of time serving in the Virgo way your husband and your son and everybody except for yourself. And with this Saturn on the 1st house, it's possible as well that you've experienced in the past that when you try to build something on your own, it kind of falls flat, it falls apart, and you have difficulty with it. You know, this is partly why I think that, you know, at some level, even though you feel failure, if you feel failure in a lot of your capacity to express creativity here, you might still, you know, I kind of recommend that failure, the feeling of failure, sometimes a chart is set up where we're going to have an internal experience that's irrelevant to our karmic action. You know, I wonder if you still feel like you could do work, you could do the things you want to do, and it might be a struggle. It's like, oh, it's this bitch, like, you know, I could just lay back and hang with my husband, take care of my son, because putting in all this effort to be seen by people, it's such an effort, and every time I do, I get this feeling of failure. And you might even wear that sense of failure on you with Saturn in the 1st house. But with Chiron here, you know, with the sun being here, I'm inclined to think that you could just give up on it, and you could just coast on not and just ignore this whole dream of doing something creative and contributing. But would it hurt while you're in this period of your life to just try it anyway? To recognize that you have you're susceptible to feeling the feeling that nothing comes along for you. But what's going to make you more regretful? If you look back, you're 65 years old, you're at the age of retirement, and now you're coming into the Saturn period after 65. Which, we should say it now, keep a mind out for this theme of failure, of not doing what you wanted to do in your life. Keep in mind that that could happen to you at the age of 65. And it might make you feel like you want to do more. And a lot of this is these internal feelings that might be part of your karma to carry. But as an astrologer, we can point to this objectively and say that this is a cross that you feel you might have to bear. And if you feel these things, sometimes it's relevant for us to hear that it's normal for you to feel those feelings. And just because you're feeling those feelings, A, doesn't mean it's necessarily true. You're going to overemphasize it when you're 65. And B, knowing that these are normal might make you feel like you can roll your shoulders back and say, here's this old ball and chain again. But at least, the point here is not to say that you're going to be cemented into these feelings or that you should. The point here is to recognize that if you do feel these feelings, recognize that this is part of how your life unfolded and you got a lot out of your life. You've got a great chart here, and I'm sure that you would hopefully you'd probably agree that you've got that you've had the life that you really want. It's your ball and chain. And that being said, a karma, if you understand it spiritually, you can recognize, just like we were talking about at the beginning, that sometimes when it comes to certain karmas, like this feeling of not doing enough of it in your life, this could be a karma that you could recognize, that you sit with, and you recognize it as a gift. You're healthy. You get to enjoy your body. You've got a family because you got that good Jupiter. You've stuck to your family. Something that's worth saying too is there's significations here as well that probably when you were young and you're still in your 40s, you had the south node in the 9th house that had this feeling of like with the Neptunian desire to stick to a family, to stick to your husband. But the 3rd house, Rahu here, would have had the desire to experience something outside of it. Especially with Venus being up here and kind of, in the 12th house in a social sign. This Rahu in the 3rd house would probably feel desirous of having its own private social life, possibly outside of your family. The South Node and Neptune might make you feel like I have to just surrender all of my time and energy to my family. But the Rahu in the 3rd house in Taurus wants to develop deep intimacy with people, especially with the moon there too. And you're capable of it. You've got a good moon where you're probably capable of developing deep intimacy and doing creative things with people in a social group, in a social setting. And it's very possible this Rahu in Taurus is operating through Venus in the 12th house. It might feel a bit wasteful. It might feel like when you do these social things, you should have nice little painting parties with what friends that you can gather around you at your small mountain home. And it might feel like, I got to put in time, I got to put in money, I've got to put in effort, I got to host, I've got to prepare the little dishes, the nice little hors d'oeuvres, and I've got to pay for the painting. I got to pay for the paint, I got to pay for the paper, the canvases. I got to get all this stuff together for this 12th house Aquarian Venus energy of enjoying my social life. The Venus is actually square to the nodes, which means it's probably likely in your 40s that you wanted to have this social life, and it was probably berating the life that you were building with your personal partner. Probably feels like there's a frustration when you put energy into people outside of your husband because this Venus is square to this emotional nodes, and Venus is in this social sign of Aquarius in the 12th house. Venus is always going to feel kind of almost wasteful. But I think you ought to consider, especially, Mercury being combust probably gives you difficulty in expressing this to your husband. Venus in this 11th house, it's probably difficult for you to express these desires. That you want to have a life outside of your family. You want to have a life outside your husband. You would love to find someone to create with, as you've just said. So you had your son at 40. I'm just looking back at some of your comments here. You've already lived a crazy life, traveled. You lived in Guam, Hong Kong, California, and Florida. You had your son at 40, and you'd love to find someone to create with. Yeah, Sways is kind of thinking along my lines here, I wonder if you could organize artist retreats in your mountain home. That's a great idea, Sways. This is the kind of thing, drawing momentum, where if I'm right on this, let me know. And if you don't feel comfortable saying this, it's okay. But let me know if I'm on the right track, drawing momentum, where there are dreams that you have coming through you, but you feel like, oh gosh, it's almost too much of a burden. I don't know if I'm going to go out there. You can go and talk to people in your mountain area. Put up a sign at your local library and say, I'd like to start doing painting nights, wine and painting nights at the library or at your home. But start it at the library, start it at a public place. Bring little cheese boards, little charcuterie boards, and you invite a bunch of people and say, everybody come on in if you feel like it, and we're going to have a paint night. And you might feel like, it's, if I do it on Friday nights, that's the nights I take out the garbage, or me and my husband have this kind of, we hang out together and watch movies, whatever it is. Because your husband is he's a young man. He's going out living he's still in his Jupiter period. He's in his midlife crisis period right now, probably. So he is in this place of getting his needs met, and you're probably an anchor for him. An emotional anchor, a love anchor. You're the mother of his son. And so he works for Harley Davidson, you said. Now, and this isn't something on your husband, my dear. I'm not necessarily coming down on your husband. What I want you to consider is that this is something where you are allowed to create your reality and carve your reality and negotiate your precious time in the way that you want to use it with your husband. And I'm willing to bet that your husband would flow with it. He's just you've never probably brought these things up or invited yourself adventurously to carve into the time that you share with your husband for your own purposes. He's very open and he appreciates your artwork, right? So, am I making sense with what I'm asking here, drawing momentum? Because I'm really, I'm going by what I see in the chart, and this reading is calling me to just speak to you in this personal way and to ask you these things. Would your husband be bothered, if you began to develop an arena for you to express your soul's artistic and creative desires so that you could be seen, and to start put the energy into that? And B, would you feel like that is a frivolous effort? Would you feel like that's a waste of time? 12th house Venus. And more importantly, would it be a spiritually worthwhile waste of time? It's mostly that we're in this tiny town and the few people here are not very trustworthy. So I suppose in this tiny town, your husband is doing what he can with Harley Davidson. There must be some reason why you guys have come to this mountain town. With your Mercury, the way it is, your Mercury is combust. And let's acknowledge, everybody, that for Pisces, Mercury rules the 4th house and the 7th house. And you've got these you've got these outer planets that are in Virgo that are really showing a Pluto and Uranian energy towards how you can be of service to your husband. And this is interacting in some ways with your 1st house and with your 4th house. Virgo and Gemini are both ruled by Mercury. Mercury being combust, you might be giving your 4th house, your personal and private life and happiness through the influence of your husband to an 11th house desire of essentially being a good wife for your husband that might signify that you're kind of giving your 11th house energy to your husband in a way. And, for the sake of things, drawing momentum, darling, we're here on a public forum. There's only so much that we can all feel comfortable of moving you through. But I'm a Leo. I'm a Virgo like you are. And my inclination is just, this is where my brain is going with this, is that I think that you are worthy of living out the experience that you want to live out. This is just where my brain is going with this, darling. And I don't know if this is useful to you, but this is where my brain is going. You have a 16-year-old, you have a husband who's 16 years older than you. I'm sure that makes him feel like, the two of you feel like he's a catch, and you are sort of hanging on for the ride. And therefore, it's hard for you to utilize your Mercury to express your boundaries, so that your 11th house is shared, not as, the sun as the 6th lord is a service-oriented, that's Pisces' identity, as this service-oriented person. But, are you serving the universe the best by squandering your dreams? If you really want to serve the universe in this spiritual way, for the sake of really being remembered for the legacy that you want to have, as having served the universe in the best way that you could, good. I'm glad to hear that, drawing momentum. That my point is that you deserve and are allowed to sculpt a life for yourself that serves your purposes as much as it serves your husband's. And the Mercury in your chart, the way it is, might make it difficult to express that boundary. You are always making art. The reason I'm bringing this up is because I feel, being this social-oriented person in some ways, that you are. I think that you are. Your Atmakaraka and the Sun are in the 11th house. I think it's possible that, because Mercury rules the 4th house, have you ever considered discussing with your husband living somewhere that is more conducive to your social desires? And would that be a difficult conversation? What has got you out in this mountain town? You said it's because your husband is closer to like a motorcycle plant, a Harley Davidson motorcycle plant, or maybe this place is where the headquarters of Harley Davidson is, something like this. Because maybe it's possible that you could find a town close to where you guys are. I don't know how long you guys have been at this house, but I'm just playing around with the idea that, your 4th house, which is our real estate, is possibly, it's something that you can negotiate and talk with your husband about in order for you to live the best life that you can live. Is your husband not someone who's sociable? And if that is the case, then, I'm just planting these bugs in your ear. We have 1 year before we can sell our house and move. Okay. Well, maybe it's fate that you decided to jump on our podcast today. I'd like to ask you, drawing momentum, it's very possible that it might serve you well in choosing. You have 1 year before you can sell your house and move it, you're saying. So you're saying you're wanting to move? Because if you are, I think you should really think about talking with your husband about how you would appreciate living somewhere close to some kind of social circle where you can start to display your artistic capacities and to serve the world outside of your family. Son has 2 years of high school left. We plan to sort of follow him, but not too close. That's good. Yeah, you don't want to helicopter parent your child. That's always something that is always good to reckon with. But your son, if he wants to do the high school thing too, that'll probably want to draw him closer to perhaps a social situation. Hard to say. I don't know your son's chart. But I digress. The reason I'm bringing all of this up to you, drawing momentum, because I think you might be well served to advocate for the things that you want to do creatively in your life, whether that's through a social situation close to you or through the internet. Or it's possible that you might feel that all the people, even in your small town, are not conducive to art and this sort of thing. But you're still there for a year. I'd like for you to consider, maybe still try to do what I'm talking about. Put up a poster in the local scene and talk with the bartenders there and say, I'd like to do a wine and cheese night with painting. And people can come along. You just pay $5-10, whatever. They pitch in for the materials. And then you do a painting night with all these people, with your friends. And you can make new friends. Because I'm willing to bet that anywhere you go, I hear you saying that, no one in this town does this art thing, really. But the universe sometimes is not going to give you your sun. Especially there are significations that your sun has some lack of Vimshopak. There might be a struggle for you to feel like, yeah, I'm going to do this and people are going to come and it's just going to be bang, 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 bang. You might have a bit of resistance of feeling, I don't think anyone in this mountain town is going to do that with me. But it never hurts to try. At your point in your life, my dear, I think it's good for you to try. So your place has one bar, one hair salon, one corner grocery, and a post office. But we do have a community center. Community center might be a good spot, as well as the bar. I wonder if you're musical at all. Because the bar, you could get some of your musician friends to come and hang at the bar. If you have any people there who are musical, and worst case scene, you're in your best company right now. I'm glad to hear that. Worst case scene, you bring a bunch of people and musicians to play at the bar, and at the same time you're like, hey, if anybody wants to join in, I'm doing a paint night at the same time, right? So someone can come in, all you got to do is pay $5, and as we listen to our jazz musician friends, we're going to paint this picture. Starting a YouTube channel or doing something, Catherine's got a good point there, a YouTube channel or something along those lines could be another good avenue, right? The internet, I think it will be your friend as you start moving towards this, and that's an 11th house thing. The Sun, Mercury together in that sort of possibly Capricorn technological 11th house. I'd say it's possible that you might be well served by using social media, along with this Rahu in the 3rd house. There is a signification of using social media to kind of get yourself out there as well. You've got a very creative 5th house in Jupiter, so you're probably very creative with other people. I highly recommend that you definitely use your Jupiter, your exalted Jupiter, in the 5th house to do things with other people. Now, Drawing Momentum says that she has been interested in doing a YouTube channel, but you're nervous and you're not sure how to approach. Now, Drawing Momentum, when it comes to YouTube, God, it's tough, but there are plenty of people who would probably watch you with your excitable, giddy energy. See if you can relax in front of your camera and then just start doing it for the sake of having fun doing it. What I would almost even recommend is maybe you could get started doing your local thing at the local spot and start recording yourself doing it at the bar or at the community center. And even if there's nobody there, you're just hanging out, you're having fun, you're laughing, you're even just, if you drink a little bit of wine, or if you just have again, you don't necessarily have to drink wine to enjoy yourself, but, record yourself on a camera, maybe get a little lapel mic. That's what I'd recommend if you're going to do art, so you can get away from the camera and say, okay, everybody, now we're going to do this thing. One little lapel mic right here. It's the one that goes on your shirt like this. Then when you speak, the people on the camera can hear you. And you can either do a live thing You can use your camera. Usually the phones these days have cameras where you can just record the video. Then you can just take that video, slap it on your YouTube, and it's something you can build on as you build a presence for yourself in that community center, that bar, whatever that spot is. So it would take a little bit of dedication to do something like this, but my intention here is to give you things to think about, and especially considering, my dear, that because you have such a strong relationship axis, you might even be able to find things as time goes on that you can do creatively with your husband. I'll let you digest that and stew on that. You've gone through 36 and 43 relating to Rahu and the moon. And at 48, your ketu matured in Scorpio in the 9th house. You probably do a lot for your family. You do a lot for the people that you love. And there might be a bit of a feeling of like compensation. Like, I've got to do these things in order to be valued in my life. The tricky thing with the South Node in Scorpio is that compensating for like almost abandonment issues is sometimes a thing. I don't necessarily see that in your chart. I don't necessarily see you having too much of the negative side of South Node in Scorpio, where the moon is debilitated. But there are significations typically that a big part of Scorpio's energy is to do lots of things for the people it loves because it loves them. And that is a part of your energy, but you don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. You don't want to throw yourself out, your own Taurus, your own personal life, your own friends, your own social, energetic, and sensual creativity. You don't want to throw that out along with it. Especially if you have the 5th Lord. Cancer rules the 5th house, and it's being highly brought out by Rahu. So even this shows that there's a hunger for the 5th house things that never is going to feel fully satisfied. But this is the thing with Rahu amplifying the 5th Lord. This is worth us saying here. Rahu amplifying the 5th Lord kind of shows that you would do well, even though it'll never feel like you're getting your creative energy. The Rahu is going to push you still to do it. Funny things happen with Rahu. What happens with Rahu is that geniuses are made. When Rahu is with a certain planet, it brings out a very strong energy with that planet where it's emphasized. You can smell it in the person's life. It's very present and apparent in the person's life. And everyone can see it. Everyone can see how much effort you're putting into that 5th house moon. And it's drawing it out. But you don't feel like you're getting enough out of it. You don't feel like you're hitting that mark. And so what happens with these people, it's like, I don't know, it's like if Einstein had a genius planet with Rahu, he would just do a bunch of these great, brilliant physics equations and say, I'm just not getting it. I'm just not getting what I want to do. And he might have died. I don't know his chart, but I'm just saying, if he had a similar thing going on here, we could say Albert Einstein might have died feeling like he never got his creative output out there enough. But we look back on it and say, wow, look at the incredible work that he did. History is just gleaming with the effort that he put into that. So in the same way, the key here is to keep plugging into your creative desires. Through that 3rd house, which again is the opposite of like your marriage and what your role is, that you see, that everybody sees you as your husband's wife, your son's mother, and you have certain roles that you play, and the South Node is going to cause you to put a lot of energy into those things. But those things will be made more meaningful by your 5th house Lord, which is the moon. Now I have to also point out, my dear, that you mentioned at 40 years old is when you had your son. It's interesting that you had your son when you were 40 years old, just around the time that you were coming into that midlife crisis period, and your Rahu was maturing. So Rahu is maturing through Venus, through Taurus, through the third house, through your personal actions in the world, your personal creativity, the things that you do that are not for some role in society, but it's this creative exploring that you do for yourself. The third house relates to Gemini. It's locales, finding little things that you want to do with people socially in your immediate environment. And Rahu's also building on and amplifying this fifth lord moon, this very creative moon. And around 40 years old, you would have been coming into your Rahu maturity. So it's possible that your son is an avenue of some of the creativity that your Rahu seeks to perpetuate. And as your son gets older, I encourage you to consider and think about ways that your son could be a avenue for you to express this creativity. You were tattooing a lot in your 40s, and that's a creative expression for you, obviously, as well, right? Who knows how many people in your town have a longing to learn something creative and are too nervous to put themselves forward first. Sways made a great point here about our point earlier. Sways, I should have mentioned it while it was there. Sways said earlier, you never know how many people in your town are longing to learn something creative. Thank you, Elizabethany, darling. My friend Elizabethany just gave me a little tip. I appreciate it very much. So, Drawing Momentum says, I have a hard time seeing my value in abilities, although I know I'm really skilled at drawing and such. I think that you know that you have this talent. Cool. So, Drawing Momentum, your son and you have talked about him helping you start a YouTube. I think that doing that with your son, if that's a thing, if that's available to you, having that fun expression between the two of you, especially if he's doing his own YouTube, if he has artistic capacities, see what you could do with your son in this regard. Now, he's 15, he's getting into high school, you don't want to, you want to go by feel on this. But if you could lend yourself to your son's creative capacities where he could start a YouTube with you, the way to do that is to just fully affirm it, because you're never going to know, darling. You're never going to know where this could go. It doesn't need to blow up. It doesn't need to be huge. What you just need is to say that I put my best foot forward at 57 and explored all I could with my creative capacities before I got too old to really take advantage of my energy. I don't know who that is, but I'll have to get back to them. You might, as Sal has said, you might inspire people to explore their artistic side. So hopefully there's a lot there for you to chew on. Ultimately, there's lots that could be said in regard. I wanted to say that in terms of the sun period, in terms of Venus being where it is. Something to be said is that ultimately, sorry, I said Venus, but I meant Mercury. Now, Mercury is up here in the 11th house of Capricorn, and it's the Atmakaraka. And it has Virgo for its Swamsha. Virgo, as in what I mean by that, is that the Atmakaraka is in the Navamsha of Virgo. You've got Uranus and Pluto there as well. Pluto signifying some certain power struggles that can happen. especially with Saturn being in the first house of Pisces, being opposite those two. There are strong significations that probably a big part of the karma in this chart is dealing again with your interactions in your relationship. You know, especially because there's such a wide gap of age between the two of you. Now, you know, again, I'm only bringing this up because I'd like you to think about your situation. Self-realization is never a bad thing. And if these are things that are looming in your head, it's better for you to just acknowledge them, speak to them, deal with them, accept them. With all of this outer planet energy in the 7th house, as well as the nodal energy moving through Taurus and Scorpio, there are really significations of this, especially with this Virgo Swamsha energy, of digesting, of moving, you know, like Virgo, having the Swamsha in any sign where a planet is debilitated is similar to having the rising sign where a planet is debilitated, or where the south node where a planet is debilitated. So you got the south node in Scorpio where the moon is debilitated, and you've got Virgo Swamsha. I also have Virgo Swamsha. And Virgo is where Venus is debilitated. See you later, Lisa. Nice to see you. So Virgo being where Venus is debilitated, but it is where Mercury is exalted. So there's a lot of good there. You've got playfulness. You've got mercurial friendship. Remember what I said. Mercury represents, you know, the moon is 0 to 2. Mars represents the age from 2 to 6. Mercury represents the age from 6 to 12. So the Mercury period goes on before we hit puberty, which means it represents a friendship, a social capacity, as well as doing things, being creative, having artistic skills that we can enjoy doing. But in terms of connection, you know, Virgo is a feminine sign. It's the feminine side of Mercury. Gemini is more of exploring social things and finding many people to explore my talents with. Virgo deepens our relationship with one talent. It deepens our relationship with one person. And there's a soulmate friendship energy that comes out of Virgo. Now, whoops, that's not good. These things are going to be relevant to you as a very relationship-oriented person. You know, you've got the Lagna is a water sign. The Lagna, the rising sign, that is. The rising sign Lord, Jupiter, is in a water sign. The sun is in an earth sign, which is feminine. The moon is in a earth sign, which is feminine. The Atmakarika is in an earth sign. You've got 5 out of 6 factors signifying that you have feminine signs. And you've got the nodes on a earth and water axis. So there's huge significations here that while this whole theme of living your best life and being seen doing the creative works you want to do is important right now for you, a key part of it is going to be working out how this energy interacts with your deepest relationships, including your partner, including your marriage partner. You know, the Sun and Mercury are kind of in a sort of funny toehold together. But I don't think you can get away from your partner in this journey to become seen and heard. I don't think you can go against your partner. I don't even think you would want to. But there's a lot of heavy karma in terms of the partnerships here. And it's important for you, my dear, to learn and think about the classic dimensions of It's important for you to consider the classic dimensions of relationship, of what makes a healthy relationship, of speaking your boundaries and being able to talk with your partner about the things that you want to do together, whether you guys want to go on dates, whether you guys want to climb the mountain together, having a rich emotional experience with your partner, I think is important. And to be honest with you, I think you can. I think that you have the ability. You might sometimes feel because your husband, again, he's on a different part of life. He's doing different things. I can be too giving and too forward, sometimes too honest. You mentioned that you see yourself as a feminine wannabe tomboy. Is it possible that there are aspects of yourself as the goddess, as one who receives and attracts to yourself? The goddess is a receiver. The feminine is a receiver. Now, you're a tomboy and you've got that Mercury energy of just let's go and play. And if that's part of your desire structure, then, like Virgo just likes to get its hands in the paint and just slap, slap, slap. It's like a kid jumping in a puddle. And you probably like to do this with your partner. So having this kind of fun with your partner and with people around you, social people, but mostly with deep relationships. You should be exploring your deepest relationships as best as you can, and this includes your partner. We can get into Tantra. Tantra is not necessarily always about the erotic. It's also about developing emotional intimacy. So drawing momentum, do you feel that you have emotional intimacy in your life? And do you feel like this is something that is worth you expanding on? This is something I'd like to ask directly. And, this, I think, should be an important part of your experience of life, because we've got so much feminine energy in this chart, and the axis is on an earth and water sign. It might be tricky for you to feel like you can develop emotional intimacy. You've got the Swamsha in a sign where Venus is debilitated. You've got the South Node in a sign where the Moon is debilitated. But you have your Pisces rising, which is where Venus is exalted. So we're hearing that drawing momentum currently does not have a lot of emotional intimacy. I'd like you to question why. You have the capacity to experience this emotional intimacy. And I think part of it is that you are just not allowing yourself to manifest it. My instinct is telling me that your husband is taking you out to this mountain town for his better interest. And you've gone along with it because you're a Pisces rising. You're a good little sweetheart. And you just think, there are things that you're missing out on that the Virgo in you could just digest. Taking this path of living in this place for my husband's sake, I have no say in, is a giant pill to swallow, and I can digest it through my spiritual ways, through finding ways that I can and want to do it. Now, you're saying that it's from a loss of trust after that girl robbed you. I'm not sure exactly what girl you're talking about. You might have mentioned it earlier, and I guess I didn't see it. Hopefully you didn't leave a comment that I didn't see. So you've experienced loss of trust after a girl robbed you. So I'm not sure what you mean by that. But, however things have gone in your life. Oh, you did earlier. You even filed a police report. So you did mention this then? Oh, I see. A few years ago, you were kind to a teen girl in this area, and she robbed you of all sentimental belongings that your grandma gave you when you were little, and you very much suffer from that. I didn't see that comment. Okay. Thank you for clarifying, drawing momentum. So a few years ago, you were kind to a teen girl in your area, and she robbed you of all your sentimental belongings that your grandmothers gave you when you were little, and now you're suffering from that. I could definitely see that. And it must be very frustrating, yeah, somewhat like the way Sal is saying that, a South Node Scorpio person can especially feel very stomped on. Although when you think about it, whatever that girl was doing, part of my brain is, I don't want to belittle your sentimental objects. But I want you to consider that everything that happens to you happens for a reason. Having Neptune in that 9th house of Scorpio with the South Node, there might be things that come up in your life that signify betrayal or loss or, something that you couldn't protect yourself from. And it happened through you trusting this person and connecting with this person. That's a tough karma, my dear. You want to be the kind, open, sharing you, but now it's hard to trust. I want you to consider that you have to go by feel. You have to listen to your heart in a matter like this. But I think that the Neptune in you is pulling you to consider how you can still be that person. You can, Neptune has a way of having a spiritual faith in things. And it might even be very possible that you could look at this in the classic way of whatever you've lost was just a lesson in not necessarily holding on to things. I'm glad that you're here drawing momentum with our group with this good energy. But I think you have the capacity. You sound like a good energy person. I think you have the capacity to attract good energy to you and also to perpetuate good energy. And the world is full of people who will come along and take advantage of things. You have to make sure you use your boundaries. It's one thing to start hanging out with a person. It's another thing to, there are probably ways where you can maybe lock your house door. I hate to tell that to people, but if you've had that experience in the past and someone came into your house knowing that you have these knickknacks and snagged them all or something like that, you could lock your door or get a dog or something so that you can feel good with the trust of that dog who's going to bark when something happens, so that now you know that when you hang out with people further, you have ways of protecting yourself. There's nothing wrong with protecting yourself, especially if it allows you to open your heart and to trust people, to become vulnerable, and to open up to the people around you. That might be a tricky thing. That might be a key part of this chart reading that might be difficult to express and to experience. But it sounds to me like it's something that would be good for you, to challenge yourself, to open yourself to being vulnerable, being close to people, being emotionally intimate. She did it on the anniversary of your dog's passing. Wow, that is a funny little coincidence. That's a funny, interesting thing. But see what you can do, my dear. Think about the reasons why emotional intimacy has been difficult for you to develop. We can see how this robbing that you are talking about signifies a part of it. But it's never too late to lean into your karma, to lean into what you know is good for you, to talk with your husband about it, to talk with your son about it, and even start telling them, I want to start seeking emotional intimacy. Tell your husband this, because I bet your husband is going to help you come together with it. And it could be emotional intimacy with a social circle of close people around you. Because if you don't start talking about it, use your Mercury, manifest it through your throat chakra, start talking about it. If you don't start talking about it, if you don't start manifesting the reality that you seek, your husband can't see it, you guys are going to move to a new place soon, possibly next year. And if you start talking with your husband about it now, and if he really loves you, and if the love between the two of you is as true as it is, then the people around you are going to support you bringing into manifestation the things that you desire. Because I bet I'm fucking sure of it. I can tell you're Virgo Swamsha, you're Pisces rising. I just bet that you put in a lot of work for other people and you don't advocate for yourself. Not to distrust all teens. You know, I bet that you don't advocate for yourself in your constant vocalizations of your reality and your universe. You do everything for everybody else, and you deserve it. I can tell. I can smell it. You have this positive energy, and you pour it into other people, and you never ask for anything in return. I bet you've done enough for these people, for your husband, for your son, so that you can start discussing the desires that you have to develop a closer emotional intimacy in that playful Mercury prince-like way. You know, the 6 to 12 prepubescent friendship way. Getting into doing crafts with people, going for walks with people, going hiking with people, floating around in a boat with somebody who's a close friend of yours that you can talk with, and even you can talk with them and help them out with things. That's a very Scorpio, has the psychological consciousness to help someone out with something, and then you feel valued. You're developing that contribution to society that you seek to have. A lot of it, I think, is going to be with personal friendships that you should be focusing on. Emotional intimacy with people close to you. And I think that this would bring out potentials where someone's going to come along and say, you know, they're going to encourage you to go to the bar, to the community center, and do a paint night. And we'll come with you. Bring your husband, bring your son. Have everyone come along so that you've got some people with you, and just shoot the shit with them, you know, because you do enough for everybody else. I think you deserve to stand up for yourself. You deserve to have the experience that you want to have in this life. So those are the big ones. Is start communicating through that Mercury. Start aligning your destiny through your voice, talking to the people you love about the things that you desire. And that's to be seen and heard by the public, but it's also to be seen and heard through close emotional intimacy and friendship with a social circle that includes your family, but is not limited to your family. You know, this Rahu in the third house energy is kind of like, it'll probably include your family, and it can include your family, you know? But a social scene in your close quarters. And you know, you're saying to bring your folks as support. I think you deserve it because you've done a lot for them. So start vocalizing your desire to develop close emotional intimacy with a social circle that's close to you. Talk with your husband about it and allow these people to support you as you come along with the desires that you have. I think that's one of the best things that I could give in this reading. And as well, being such an earthy relationship person, I also encourage you to, if you do any reading, you're a Virgo, I bet you do. All right, you've got strong Virgo energy. I recommend you read some young people, you know, read some literature about like Tantra. Read some literature about how you can develop closer emotional, vocal, psychic, and physical and sensual intimacy with your husband. You read a lot of nonfiction. That's perfect. That's what I'm talking about. Read some nonfiction relationship literature about how to develop closer relationships with all the people around you, but especially with your husband. You know, your emphasis is probably more on the playful Virgo energy than on the pubescent Venus energy. But with your Venus in the 12th house, there could be spiritual inclinations and things that you can bring out of deep emotional intimacy with your partner. And with anybody, really, you know. But deep, close emotional intimacy and bonding is something that's probably, it feels like it's taxing for you. But this is the nature of the 12th house. It's mentally, perhaps mentally and physically taxing, but you're going to look back on it saying, I'm glad I gave it up for the love between me and this other person. You might even be somebody who does well serving others, like doing these paint nights for free, even doing soup kitchen type things. You know what I mean? You probably have a desire to do these kinds of things and to serve others in order to just cleanse your karma, which is beautiful. So start vocalizing your desires for social circle intimacy as well as deep personal intimacy with your husband. And eventually you can lead this to possibly being seen and heard on a bigger stage. At least, to do the sun thing, to get seen on the stage until you're 65, at which point you can hold the love of your family close to you, coast on that. At 65, your life is going to be a little bit different and it's going to change up a little bit. You are also in the Jupiter Mahadasha right now. It just started in 2023. So for a long, many, many years, it's nice to have Jupiter, especially with a nice Jupiter like yours. It's got a lot of significations for yoga strength, and it has the capacity to gain great enjoyment, especially through creative things, 5th house things. So get working on your art stuff with other people. Start manifesting that. And I think it'll be really good for you. And I think that the universe is going to start pulling in opportunities for you to do this. But you have to manifest it. You have to stand up for yourself. You have to advocate for yourself. You have to create this reality with your voice especially. Because that is the way we all manifest things. But specifically for you because you're Mercury Amakarika. Okay? So I hope that that's useful for you, my dear. You got stuff to do now. Thank you so much. This all makes sense. Awesome. I'm very glad to hear that. So everybody, thank you, Suze. Let's say good luck. Good luck to drawing momentum. Good luck with everything that you've got going on. Suze is reading my mind here, Your creativity deserves to be celebrated, and your love deserves to be celebrated. The desire to love in the way that you do deserves to be manifested, celebrated, brought to the cream, to the top. Thanks, everybody. I'm glad to hear everybody is giving us some good luck as well, some positive manifestation. You have it here from our group, my dear. Now take it and use it like you can in your own life, because you deserve to. Thanks everybody. Thanks to Drawing Momentum for being here with us, for allowing us to use your chart as our chart reading today. Very glad that we got to do this for you, Drawing Momentum. So everybody, cheers. That was our first reading today. As usual, I like to dump this in here in case everybody's ever interested. I've got my PayPal donation link here. Always appreciated, never expected. We already got a tip from my friend Alyssa Bethany, so I was glad to see that. Oh, whew. That was a very interesting reading. Now, I am craving chocolate at this present time. I could also do some vitamin C. Some vitamin yes. Yeah, so that was good. Thank you for everybody for watching. I'm going to go get a little bit of chocolate. It's 1 p.m. We should do one more. So, hit me with your best shot, folks. Throw in your birth times. Throw in your birth data. I'm probably going to choose them at random. We'll see how it goes. I might pick someone who's been watching for a long time anyway. Throw it all in. I'm going to get some chocolate, and we're going to see how we choose our next contestant on the show. See you guys in just a little bit. Okay. Oh, God bless you. Thank you, Stephen Denton. I did get your tip. Thank you for the donation. Always appreciated, never expected. Boy, like I said, you know, these readings are always they're draining, you know. You're holding someone's destiny in your hands. I mean, it's a cold reading. You know, we can only expect so much, but I just, you know, when it comes to something like astrology, you got to take it seriously. You got to look at all the factors before you go and give some big reading. That one was interesting. Drawing Momentum's chart was interesting because usually I often get a lot of people who often have very clear, difficult things to speak to in their chart. Drawing Momentum has a good chart. There's nothing like really standing out. So with that one, I kind of had to play counselor, underline the main themes of the chart, and we had to talk with Drawing Momentum. We had to just say, like, you know, what kind of use can I bring to you as an astrologer in this moment? I'm not going to tell you what you are. I'm not going to tell you what your problems are. We had to ask Drawing Momentum, you know, like we had to bring it out, you know, like what is going on? How can we make the best out of this reading together? You know, and that's often how it happens. When I do astrology for people, 9 times out of 10, if someone's paying me for an astrology reading, they're coming for something. I can always see it in the chart. They've come to me, they're paying me $200 to sit with me, and it's not usually, you know, I've had charts of people who have lots of money and they say, here's $200, let's have an entertaining session. And at that point, I'm like, okay, so is there anything going on in your life? Is there anything you want to talk about? And they say, no, I just want to hear about my soul. I'm like, those ones are kind of easy because you can't go wrong. Okay, I'll tell you about you. And I do. We dig. And I do the same thing I do for everybody else. But most people who come to me are here for a specific reason. They need to ask me about something, some clarity. They're not sure about what they want to do with their lives. They're not sure why. They feel pulled between their south node and their north node, or they're pulled between two different things. There's a clear affliction in their chart that's causing aberration. So when we have a chart like drawing momentums, where, there's no payment here. There was no desire on drawing momentum's part to give me some money so that so we could fix something. I'm sitting here and I have to, figure out what exactly I want to shoot the shit about, and in order to still make it useful, in order to still make it entertaining, but ultimately a valuable session, right? Astrology is very interesting. So I'm just checking out some of the folks who have thrown in their birth times here. Lisa M. Brown. I have seen you for a long time on this show. Lisa M. Brown. Have I done a reading for you? I don't think so. Yes, you are here. Lisa, no, I don't think so either. You've been here for a long time. You've been watching my show all this time. As I said, folks, sometimes I like to be random with how I pick these readings. Most times, if you show up and you're constantly contributing, you're a part of our group, I think it's always worth me catering to that, giving back to that. So, Lisa, I think you're it. If you're willing to do a chart reading here, I should say before we pick, I'm going to start getting used to saying this before I pick. Although, again, Lisa's an easy one because I think you've been watching me for a while. You found me because of watching Victor Cara and Ernst Wilhelm. I'm glad to hear that. I'm just more than honored to be associated with those guys. Now, for everybody watching, when we do a cold reading, it's important for us to note that you're going to get faced with this Leo rising with a strong Virgo emphasis. And my sun is with Mars and Pluto in Scorpio. So I do dig here. I am looking for you to have a confrontation with your psyche in order to develop something valuable and constructive that you can bring home with you after this session. And we're doing it in a public forum. So I'm not here to dig anyone's skeletons up, but in order for us to make use out of consciousness, we do have to apply a bit of yoga, a little bit of pressure. And I apply this pressure again in a public forum. So if you are okay with us doing that, I'm going to be careful, but I do ask you questions. You never have to say anything that you don't want to say. Even if I ask you a question, sometimes I'll ask daring questions just to press and to feel. And when I do that, you're under no obligation to say anything that you don't want to say. If you don't say anything, I'm just going to move and keep talking and do the best I can to move through this experience. Lisa says, thank you, darling, for having that ready for me. She says she's single, she's female, she's straight. You divorced 14 years ago. You got 2 kids. One's a teenager and one's a 20-year-old. Thank you, Lisa. I appreciate you making it easy for us to get these things out and to do this reading. Ugh. I'm sorry you guys have to put up with me eating that chocolate, but I gotta tell you, that was really good. Woo! I love chocolate. Chocolate! You guys ever watch SpongeBob? Chocolate! Okay, so I'm going to save drawing momentum. What the heck? Can you guys see me here? Yeah, you can see me here. Alright, Lisa M. Brown. The 5th of June. June. I was getting June mixed up. So June 5th. 1978. Oh, let's see. 1978, 88, 98, 2008, 2018. About 46. Is that right? Yeah, you're about 45, 46, I think. Lisa. It's your June 5th. So you would have had your birthday just a little bit ago. Happy birthday, darling. I'm very glad to be able to do this reading for you at this particular time. And we've got you as 12:46 p.m. female, Gisborne, New Zealand. Neato. New Zealand, Gisborne. Okay, good. So this, another sweet little Virgo. Wonderful. I've got you at about 17 degrees, 43 seconds of Virgo. 46 just a few weeks ago. Wonderful. So Lisa just turned 46. You live in Georgia, USA now. Very cool. So yeah, that's correct. We've got you at about 17 degrees of Virgo rising. So 1978 would be 79 is the goat. Oh, another horse. I attract lots of horses. So we've got an earth horse. Earth horse is a little bit, it's a stable energy. It's a stabilizing energy for the horse. Can often end up being a creative person because the fire feeds the earth. You're 46 years old, so you are in the thick of the 40s, of the midlife area of life. This is the time, remember, we always say the North Node begins to mature at 36, or rather, we go through our first North Node return at 36. Excuse me, not our first, but our second. At 36, 37 years old, we go through our second North Node return. So I'm just going by my instinct here. A lot of the times I make very big use of transits through the nodes in particular. So you're 46, so that would have been about 10 years ago, about 2014, you were 36, and you were beginning the process of Rahu. I haven't even looked at your Rahu yet. I'm just scratching into some things here. Another 7 years after that would have been about 2021. 6 year, 42, 7 years you'd be. So 2021 equals 43 years old. And then, yep, good. So, you got the North Node there with Pluto in Libra. Very interesting. I have not seen that just yet. I've seen people with Pluto in Libra, and I just haven't seen. I see a lot of people who are in Pluto in Scorpio, and I see the nodes in Scorpio. I get a lot of that because I've got so much Scorpio energy. Now here we have someone who is Virgo rising, North Node and Pluto are together in the sign of Libra in the second house. It's interesting, we have someone for whom the second cusp falls in the third house, the third cusp falls in the fourth, and then the fifth and sixth are natural. So that is interesting to think about. A little bit of a skewed house cusps. At least skewed, that's not a bad thing. It's just, you know, sometimes the cusps don't line up with the natural whole sign house system. So Lisa says at 43 years old, that was your Rahu maturation, and 2021, right at that time, was hell on earth. Thank you for the clue, my dear. Oh, Sonia's a rabbit. Cool. I love the rabbit energy. They're all good, but, you know, just like with Western astrology, Taoist animals do have more or less harmony between them. The year of the horse is best friends with the goat. I love my brother's year of the horse. There's like trines, and then there's the secret best friends. The goat and the horse are secret best friends. Besties. Okay. So we got Mars and Saturn conjunct in the 12th house. Oh yeah, the Saturn's getting beat up. Yep. Okay, so Saturn is definitely going to be a key tone in this chart. Saturn is especially, it's close to the first house cusp. It's not happy in the sign of Leo. And Saturn doesn't like being close to the first house cusp. It'd rather be closer to the 7th house cusp. Yeah, that Mars and Saturn has been so hard, Lisa says. So that is definitely some craziness going on there. And Mars is the Atmakaraka. So you've got the planet that rules the Atmakaraka is also ruling the South Node. And that's an interesting signification. Furthermore, it's interesting for us to note that in the D60 chart, the South Node is in Libra and the North Node is in Aries. So it's confusing when the birth chart and the D60 charts North and South Node are switched like this. But it should suffice to say that there's even more important energies going towards the North and South Node. That's just the best way we can put it. It's important for us to note Venus. Venus is getting starved by the moon, but it's delighted by Jupiter. So you have a similar thing to me going on with Venus, where Venus is in a sign that it's not its happiest place. It's up on the top of the chart where it's not happiest, but it's being delighted by an exalted Jupiter. So that is a huge plus for this Venus, which rules the North Node and Pluto. Venus and Jupiter as made up for the hell of... Right. So you've got a Venus and Jupiter together that makes up for the hell you've gone through with Saturn and Mars together in the 12th house of Leo. So there's lots to be spoken of there. This Saturn is bound to be tied into the karma of what we could speak to with the South Node of Aries. And it's kind of in the 8th house. Even though it's technically still in the vicinity of the 7th house cusp, by the whole sign house system, Aries is always the 8th sign from Virgo. So you've got an 8th house energy to this South Node. We're going to have to talk about at some point how Venus is square to the nodes. So there's always going to, and so is Jupiter. But Jupiter is not as big a deal. It's kind of being starved a little bit by Venus, this Jupiter, but it's exalted and it's delighted by the moon. So Jupiter's fine and dandy, really. It's got strong Shadbala. The moon does not have strong Shadbala. And let's see what's going on with this moon here. Is it combust? Let's see. Whoops. Ah, yes. We have a combust moon here. Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto are retrograde, and the moon is combust. It's at about... So the moon is conjunct Mercury, and it's combusted by the sun. So the sun is delighting the moon. Or, I'm sorry. Yeah, the sun is delighting the moon, and the moon is delighting the sun. Mercury is also delighting the moon, but the moon is harming Mercury. And now, Mercury is not combust. God damn it. Sorry. I keep going to the wrong one. Information table. That Mercury is not combust. It's in the sign of Gemini, and it's delighted by the sun. And that's a very strong sun. Holy shit, look at the Shadbala on that sun. Whew. Very interesting. Wow, everything is pumping for this sun. This is one of the strongest suns I've ever seen in Shadbala. But it's a very weak moon, though. I don't usually just put out words and say it like that, but the sun and moon are together. The sun likes to be at the top of the chart. The moon likes to be at the bottom of the chart. The moon is way up here, and it's got significations where it's weak in Digbala by being on the top of the chart. It's not too good with Kala. It's not too good with Ayana Bala. The moon prefers when we're in the dark time of the year, which is closer to Capricorn. It's not so good with Chestabala because it's it's close to the sun. And it's hurting with Drigbala. It's getting some malefic aspects, probably mostly from the sun, pretty much, I guess. Drigbala just tends to be aspects and afflictions and that sort of thing. So, I'm just reading your comments here. Stephen Denton asked what software I'm using. I'm using Kala software, which was created by Ernst Wilhelm. Lisa, you got Jupiter in Ardra Nakshatra. Life feels like a fight. Yeah. Jupiter's only going to have so much to do with that. I didn't know about the sun. I thought... Yeah, you thought that the sun was weak. Okay. So, yeah, the sun is actually doing great. The sun's doing just fine. It's got a little bit of an aspect from Saturn's 10th house aspect, but not really. It's being delighted by the moon. So you got a happening sun here, which is nice because the sun is holding the Atmakaraka and it's holding the Saturn. So the sun energy through the 12th house. You're, as a Virgo, this made me cry last weekend. The Virgos do so much for everybody, and this is just part of how Virgo identifies. Virgo is somebody who does this work for the world. Because whatever house Leo rules in a rising sign is going to show a key dimension of the total dharma. It's the sun is the natural Atmakaraka for everybody. So whatever the sun rules is going to show a key part of the spiritual ego. And you can take that with however many grains of salt you wish. Some people say the ego they use it to mean all the negative, nasty, bad parts of the identity. But sometimes the ego represents an unconscious dimension of the self that is healthy to apply, that is a natural part of ourselves. For example, when we were to say the spiritual ego of a Virgo is to serve, to sacrifice. They kind of want to burn up karma, essentially, the Virgos do. So this is a sun that has strong capacity to just work for the sake of working and not necessarily ask anything in return. And there's just a very constant work-a-day productive energy coming out of this sun because it's so strong in Shadbala. It's at the top of the chart. It's delighted by the moon. And that's going to help the narrative that we dig into when we get into the South Node in Aries in the 8th house and the Mars there. But ultimately, you know, we do see here the moon, even though it's okay, it is combust and it's showing some serious signs of difficulty in Shadbala. Now, the North and South Node are in a masculine axis. So this person's not as focused on relationships. But let's just clarify that. We've got an Earth rising sign. Oh, I'm just reading your comment that you're crying with me. That must have been when we were talking about Virgos. God bless your heart. That's something that always gets me going. I like to move with my emotions no matter what, you know? And you guys have seen it. So we see we're Virgo rising. Mercury is in a male sign. The sun and the moon and the rising sign lord are all in male signs. The Atmakarika is in a male sign, and the sun is at the top of the chart. So that's 5 significations of male energy. When the sun is at the top of the chart, especially way up here at the top of the chart, the sun, this person's born during the day, right at noon. So, you know, there's lots of old things like in Hellenistic astrology, for example, as well as Persian astrology, where the sun being above or below is a signification, above or below the horizon, the 1st and 7th house. If it's in the 1st and 7th house or around there, I sometimes just won't even acknowledge it as a gender identity item. But here, we've got the sun and moon and the rising sign lord and the Atmakarika Mars are all in male signs, which is air and fire. And the sun is at the top of the chart, which is a signification for more masculine energy. It's only the rising sign, being Virgo, that has more of a feminine energy signature. So not only that, but the nodes are working in the D1 chart and the D60 chart. The nodes are working through fire and air signs. So our friend Lisa here is someone who, like me, by the way, you know, I like to say, let's just, you know, for the sake of it, I like to talk about this. You know, I'm somebody who has 2 out of 6 significations for male energy. I'm a Leo rising, and my moon is in Sagittarius. Everything else for me is feminine. My sun is the opposite of yours at the 4th house, where it doesn't like to be. It's at the bottom of the chart. That's a signification for femininity. So 4 of my gender signifiers are in feminine signifiers. So I'm a man with this feminine energy. And it has caused me problems in my life. I've gotten, you know, I'm moving through it, but it can often be an energetic displacement from the nature of your, especially as a female, single identifying woman. These days, gender is a 4-letter word, but it's useful to bring it up when all of the significations are moving towards one direction in a chart like this, where you are a woman who has a lot of karma moving in male energy signs and places. So there's a signification here for being a woman who's ambitious, who wants to be recognized for what you do, not necessarily what you experience. The feminine is more about what I experience, the people around me. It doesn't matter what I do, it matters how it feels. And the woman is the feminine in general, yin, is typically concerned with receiving, with listening, and with relationships especially, and having emotional intimacy in relationships. You have had fame, and you've had quite a lot of fame. This makes sense to me. One thing I will say is with regard to fame is that with Venus and Jupiter together in Cancer, especially that being where Jupiter is exalted, there's an affliction there. Venus is afflicting Jupiter, but it's not nearly as strong as Jupiter delighting Venus. It's in the 11th house. When Jupiter and Venus are together, there's a lot funny. We got some funny similarities. When Jupiter and Venus are together, there's a signification. So Lisa, you mentioned listening and emotional intimacy. Yes. Okay, we'll talk about that a bit. When Jupiter and Venus are together, there's such an enjoyment of Jupiter enjoying Venus. It's delighting Venus, that it kind of steps on the Jupiter capacity. It's almost like you enjoy the sake of whatever this Jupiter and Venus conjunction is happening. You enjoy it so much that the enjoyment of it almost can take away a little bit from its purpose and its true value. So fame for you could probably be a delicious thing, and you enjoy it. You probably enjoy being known and having renown in this way. But it can probably be a bit exhausting to Jupiter. Jupiter being, in this case, the 4th and 7th lord. This is probably a Jupiter, it's still pretty well placed. This is a Jupiter that's exalted, and it's with Venus, which is another benefic. There's a yoga there that we could probably poke around in. Parvati yoga, Chandra yoga, Parvata. Mercury conjunct the sun. Oh, wow. I'm glad I looked at that. Sometimes I like to poke around on, Ernst Wilhelm has this wonderful thing called core yogas. And you look at it and you can see how there's just a world of yogas. We've done an episode where we mostly focused on the core yogas. Now, we have the 10th lord in an angle with the moon, which is interesting. That's Chandra yoga. And as well, the one I was looking at is that, so you have something called Padra yoga. And that's Mercury in an angle. And it's in its own or its exaltation sign. The angle, of course, is the 10th house here. Bhadra means blessed, auspicious, fortunate, prosperous, happy, good, friendly, and kind. Natives with Padra yoga are the most skilled at bringing things to a concrete realization. They're great managers and practical and successful leaders. This is all Mercury stuff. They benefit in life through their capacity to make effective and intelligent decisions. And this is one of the Pancha Mahapurusha yogas. Amongst I'm going to explain what those are in a moment. Amongst the Pancha Mahapurusha yogas, all other factors being equal, Padra yoga is capable of producing the greatest success. The Mahapurusha yogas are what happens. I have 2 of them actually in my chart. It's when you have a planet that is exalted or in its own sign, and it's in an angle. I'm enjoying just being able to shoot the shit about this. Everyone, look in your chart, see if you have one of these Mahapurusha yogas. And I should teach about them. One of these days I'm going to go through some of Ernst's core yogas, because they're a whole important dimension of astrology. So you have an exalted planet, Mercury, and it is in an angle. We all know the angles are like what captures, it's the opportunism of the chart. It brings us opportunities. The trines are luck and skill that comes from the nature of our soul. And the angles bring us opportunity. It's like as we move through the world, planets in angles are interacting with the world outside. So to have an exalted planet or in its own sign in an angle, it brings things to the top. It brings things. Now this is looks like it's in the 10th house. I'm just going to quickly check for where your 10th house cusp is. Okay, so the 10th cusp is at 23 degrees of Gemini. So the sun and moon, No, it's more like the sun. The sun is very close to the 10th house cusp. That's part of why it's so strong. This Mercury and Moon are closer to the 9th house cusp. But being still in the whole 10th sign in the whole sign house system, this is still in an angle. So that Mercury is worth speaking about, and it's the rising sign lord. So we hear that Lisa's not bougie. You love people, and you love caring for them. So you haven't had fame in over 20 years. Your parents put me out there, hence the fame. So at an early age, kind of significating in a way, it's interesting. You've got Pluto in the Rahu. Can you guys see me here? Yeah. So Lisa says that she was put into the fame thing at an early age. Here we have the Rahu and Pluto in the second house. Second house can be significant towards early childhood stuff. And at a very early age, you were put into a situation where this Venus kind of shined through the 11th house of that fame in that way. Very interesting. You love being behind closed doors in a studio recording and not being on stage. So there's a bit of a fight between Gemini and Virgo. With your Mercury, you can talk to a brick wall all day long and entertain yourself, obviously, right? So that's worth speaking to. It's good. It's good to have any planet exalted and on an angle, and that's really going to help this chart. Venus and Jupiter are here in the 11th. It's interesting. You had an early fame experience, and it sounds to me like, there's almost might have been some antagonism or a feeling of, Jupiter is there delighting the 11th house, and so is, Venus is also a benefic in the 11th as well. So you got a lot of benefic there going through the 11th, and this shows some help. This shows some positivity, but ultimately it's possible that you didn't ultimately enjoy sticking to that whole fame consciousness. Now, these have all been fun to talk about. It's always nice to sort of bridge and expand on what we see in the overall chart. Now, again, I'm drawing back to what I mentioned with 5 out of 6 gender signifiers in this chart are male, in the male energies. Lots of planets in the male energies in this chart. And furthermore, not only the nodes, but Pluto and the D60 nodes, as well as a lot of planets actually in Libra in the D60. Like there's a big stellium there. Neptune, the Sun, Saturn, and Mars. So South Node, Mars, Saturn, Neptune, and the Sun are all in the D60 charts Leo. And Venus is in the D60 charts Aries. So what's most important there is the nodes. So the nodes operate through Libra and Aries in the D60. And this is expanding the relevance and influence of the heaviness, the denseness, the weightiness of all things happening in Aries and Libra. This is all happening in male signs. So for this person, relationships are important because Libra is a relationship sign. It's ruled by Venus, but it's the masculine side of Venus. There's really a signification here. Wow. Okay. Thank you for sharing, Lisa. So Lisa has given us a few more clues as to what we can expect from her chart. And thank you for sharing, Lisa. Lisa has noted that you did have fame in public, but you were abused sexually, and there was sexual abuse behind closed doors when you were a child. Your goal in life was to stay safe. Your goal in life has been to stay safe until about the last 2 years. At 46 years old, you mentioned that you finally have found your voice. You've been looking to be quiet and safe and to probably get away from a lot of that maleficent energy that you're experiencing there. It's interesting that we have the 8th Lord being so prominently placed. And that 8th Lord, there's really, especially with the masculine energies coming through this chart, it's important for you to be energetically clear and pure. For you to, it's one thing to, because a lot of your energy is revolved in what you do and how you are respected and reputed by the people that matter to you. It doesn't necessarily need to be a fame thing, but you want to know that you contributed to the world. You want to know you're probably an ethical person. You're probably someone for whom these ethics, the feeling that we're all sitting at a bonfire here. And we have to go out to the forest, take our sticks from the forest and put it in the community bonfire. And there's sometimes the feminine is sort of like enjoying the bonfire. And people love a person who has a lot of feminine experience. They love how that person enjoys the bonfire. They live vicariously through a feminine person's enjoyment. It rings through the tissue of everybody around. But then there's also those people who go and get the sticks. They look to, like you guys enjoy the fire. Enjoy the community bonfire. Sit, roast your bones, put your feet up. I'm going to go around and I'm going to collect the sticks. And I'm going to put them into the bonfire. Now, for Virgo rising, it's interesting that Virgo is actually an earth sign. It's a feminine sign. So Virgo actually likes to have intimacy with specific people and to expand on their intimacy with specific people. Most of this chart is fire and air energy. So it's not necessarily about emotional intimacy so much as clearing yourself out, having emotional bonds and intimacy that works and that carries you. You are still a woman. You do still have Virgo as your rising sign. So emotional intimacy is going to be important. But really what's also very important for you, I imagine, Lisa, is to have the space and power of communication so that you can take the emotional intimacy that you develop. For you, the water is there to get you up the mountain. For a person like this, with all of this energy going towards towards fire and air signs, the emotional intimacy that you experience in your life is probably there as a hub, as part of your bottom line of your reality. It's part of your 4th house experience. It's your home, it's your family, it's the people you live with. Those are all there kind of to ground you, so that you can live what seems to me to be a very much more loaded public life. And again, this doesn't necessarily mean that you have to do, you have to be famous and you have to, it's interesting to me that there is this energy of past repression and association with fame. Although, I should be clear, you didn't necessarily say, you had, we know that you've suffered from abuse and violence in your past, in your early childhood. So there's something certainly to work through there, especially when it comes to, you got Mars and Saturn here together. That can signify that you might be connecting with people and it might feel natural for you to have experienced this abuse with people, especially in the 12th house. You might attract people who do the Virgo thing of identifying with getting through karma, helping people through karma. It might feel so at some point to be natural for you to have attracted abusers in your life for whom you see a glint of goodness in their eye. Yeah. So let's just see if we can clarify this. Lisa says that you spent 12 years in therapy because of the abuse and antagonism in your marriage. So you were married to somebody for a long time, and you felt like you were serving them by, this is a person who you had this experience with, you loved, and they allowed you together, the two of you, to probably live the social life that you want to live. And it's very possible that you attracted this person who ultimately was showing you signs of abuse. And it took you 12 years in therapy to move through this energy. Now, were you in therapy with your therapist for 12 years while you were married? Or do you mean you divorced with the person and then it took you 12 years in therapy to get through that? I see you attracted it. Let me know if you can clarify that. So it was after the divorce that you were in therapy for 12 years. Okay. Thank you, Lisa. That's clarifying. Everybody should, therapy is useful to everybody. A lot of the times, me as an astrologer, I'm looking at someone's chart and pointing at all these things and saying these things are happening and saying these would be good for you to go to therapy for, because I'm not a therapist. There are some astrologers who are. But I often find myself pointing to other people for whom it would be good to go to work out what we see through practical behavioral therapy in an astrology chart. Now, Lisa says, after 12 years, to manage him co-parenting. So you were with him and you were doing therapy while you were with him, and this was to manage the two of you co-parenting. He alienated your children from you. You have no family other than your kids. So you are here alone at this present time. So you didn't, thank you for clarifying, Lisa. You didn't go to therapy with him, and I suppose this means that you didn't go to therapy while you were with him. You went to therapy afterwards for all of this shit that this guy caused you. Therapy was after the divorce. He bullied you constantly after the divorce. Thank you, darling. Thank you for being open and sharing this with us. And thank you for being clear. Sorry if I was gumming trying to figure that out. So I'm very glad to hear that you went to this therapy. I'm very glad to hear that you have known how important it is for you to protect yourself. Really, I even see this in a lot of ways as being probably some of the strength of your Virgo rising, digesting and moving through what's going on in your life. Virgo, remember, is an earth sign. So what is it digesting? It's digesting my personal life. One of the great powers of Virgo is to face what is happening in your relationships and digest it and deal with it. And we have here this Bhadrapada yoga. Bhadra yoga is, I think, what it was called. That's Mercury in an angle in its own sign. So your capacity to communicate with a therapist, I think, has probably been one of the great things that you're able to do. Now, there are significations here. Mercury being delighted by the sun shows that that's a delight to the sun as well as Mercury. And that's working out the stuff happening with the 8th Lord Mars being with the 5th and 6th Lord Saturn. And that does relate with kids there too. Saturn and Mars are totally stomping on each other here. Mars in particular is harming Saturn. Saturn is really getting beat up in this situation. And Saturn rules the house of children and the 6th house of clearing debts, dealing with your own personal emotional energy. The 6th house is the 12th from the 7th house. So we can see how it would have been debilitating to have this 8th house energy of connecting probably erotically and, seeking through the 8th house to develop power and money and energy through the marriage partner. Because remember, the 8th is the 2nd from the 7th. So the south node in the 8th house of Aries is really messing with your personal ability to deal with you, to have your children, to have your creative capacities, and to deal with your mental health. Mars is stomping on the 6th lord, Saturn. So this 8th house Mars is stomping on your mental health. And this is happening in the arena of Leo. And Leo is delighted by the moon, and it's, Mercury is delighted by the sun. So this therapy that you did through Mercury is very conducive to helping out what is happening in this abusive arena of the 12th house. So this is, I appreciate this because this gives everybody here, these are kind of things that we can look for. Especially Mars and Saturn afflicted anywhere can bring this kind of difficulty. In the 12th house, it's in a very sensitive place. Your identity, you are someone with all this energy of the masculine sort. You are someone who has to identify strongly with who you are and to produce the work that you want to produce and to get out there in the world and do things. Having this strong affliction in the sign of Leo is going to mess with your identity. You're going to feel victimized. You're going to feel like it's difficult for me. I'm a piece of shit. I've had these things happen to me. And it's going through the 12th house is a difficult place for these things. You might even do well doing spiritual work and therapy work that allows you to move through these emotional victimization complexes and difficulties that will feel almost like God, they never leave. It's like, and I'm very glad that you've been going to therapy, Lisa, and that you did go to therapy, and that you probably learned things where there's lots of things I can do today, but today the clouds of my previous sexual abuse and victimization are hanging over me. I have to just sit with this today. 12th house. I have to, good. I'm so glad to hear. There's a message here that was hidden, and it's worth saying. Oh, good. It's here. Yeah, your meditation has been allowing you to change and move through this 12th house energy. 12th house energy is the world of meditation. And meditation sometimes feels wasteful. It feels like a suck hole. Oh, I've got to deal with my mental, emotional lack of stability. And it takes away from the things I could be doing in my life. But if you don't, you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't deal with your emotions through the 12th house. And you're more damned if you don't. People with the 12th house energies like this, you've got a strong sun. And the sun rules your 12th house, which means you're taking care of it, honey. I'm so glad to see this. It's better for you, especially while you're 46. You're in a very rahu, ketu, you're in the midlife area of your life where the paint is very wet for your reality right now. And the choices you make right now are leading you, are the expressions of where your healing and maturity have brought you. And if you had not worked out and gone to therapy for all this stuff, then you would have identified as a person who ultimately I'm not happy and I'm a piece of shit and I'm a victim and I'll always be a victim, but I can still do this great work. Now, instead of doing that, you've been going to therapy. You're learning coping mechanisms. You're learning that you can get away from the world. You can tell everybody to fuck off. Sit in your home, light a candle, and just move through the stale energies that have moved through you in the past. It's especially nice that Mercury is delighted by the sun, but Mercury is starved by the moon. So it seems to me, darling, that, a lot of your energy is in what you do. And I was not inclined to move towards energetic and emotional things with this reading because there's so much male energy or, fire and air energy. It's about what you do. So we could talk about what you want to do with your life. If I don't know where you're at with your career, if you're enjoying it, but we seem to be talking about this particular thing. Meditation is awesome. Yeah, so you don't know what direction to go in life. Meditation and therapy is changing the victimization. You're getting good at not being afraid to tell people to fuck off. Good. Now you are asking now about the direction in your life. You're not crazy about career and you want to figure that out. So I'm hearing you that it would be good for us to discuss a little bit about what you want to do with your life. Now you're in your 40s. What's the big picture of where you want to go and what you want to do? That is ultimately where this conversation has to go. You know, you've got the nodes so loaded in these fire and air houses. But before we do, I just want to say, you've got Mercury starved by the moon, and the moon is a bit combusted by the sun, and the moon shows some mitigation, some little bit of difficulty in Shadbala, which means there's a signification here for the moon and Mercury. These are both early childhood planets. These are very important planets, and as well, gosh, you know, let's just also point to the fact that Mars is getting stomped on by Saturn. Thankfully, Mars is getting delighted by the sun. It's getting a little bit of an aspect from the moon, but mainly Mars is getting dinged by Mercury and Saturn. So moon, Mars, Mercury. These are three planets that relate with, these are what Ernst Wilhelm has been calling in his new series, the early childhood planets. The moon, trouble with the moon can show that we've learned to adapt to get what we seek in ways that bring out difficulty. With the moon starving Mercury, we often pick the first thing that we think is good enough and we just roll with it. We don't give it time to digest. We don't try it on. Your Mercury is okay for the most part, but there are significations that there is some need to work on. You know, we know that you have used Mercury to delight the sun, and the sun is this 12th house energy. We know you have to talk about victimization complexes that you've had, and to go to a therapist and vocalize it and work it through it with therapy, that's getting out your 12th house energy. We know that you can do that. There's another side of Mercury that's also very important. And what it is Mercury is the nervous system that you feel at all times. When you go out and you meet a man and you are talking to people at the present time in your life, it's good for you to sense the red flags inside a person. You don't want to live in fear, but to sense whether this person is the right person for you, whether you can enjoy your time with this person. Because while it's true that your career and your direction in life is the big picture here, it's worth us noting, I'm a Venus Amakarika, so I'll just often talk about the relationship stuff. It is important for you to ground the direction that you want to take in life especially as a woman, in a social life where you again can develop emotional intimacy with people, and if you feel like it, if you are called to move towards relationships, you want to make sure that you recognize that you have Venus starved by the moon and you have Mercury starved by the moon. The moon has its own difficulty as well. The main thing with the moon difficulty, when the moon is not strong in Shadbala, it's almost like thinking about a debilitated moon, where the moon is supposed to advocate for itself. Saturn teaches us to be emotionally dependent. Saturn teaches us to be emotionally independent. And there are significations of difficulty in that for you as well. So you're saying that relationship transits are coming to you. So you kind of know that's coming. You don't want to make the same mistakes. You do want a relationship. You just don't want to make the same mistakes. So Lisa, my dear, one of the main things that's come into my brain is that you do have certain needs that, number one, you need to communicate through Mercury. advocate for yourself and let people know that, I think people are going to see you've got a Mercury that's bubbly. You're this friendly, positive energy person. But you don't want to get swept up in being this positive energy person so that you're not honest about the fact that you've spent a huge chunk of your life moving through and digesting relationship karma and difficulty. So you need to advocate for yourself, and you need to reckon with the fact that you can speak to people about these difficulties that you've had. When you're with any man, not everybody wants to bring it up on the first date, but, even then, go by feel on it. There are times when, I don't know, I've got Venus in Virgo, and there's times when I'm like, I'd like you to recognize these aspects of myself, just so you know what you're getting into, which is not the best way to operate Venus. But I digress. I think it's important for you to roll your shoulders back and to be honest about the fact that you have had difficult experiences in relationship. It doesn't mean that you are afraid to move forward with anything, but it is important for you to speak with a person and tell them, I have certain things in my life, certain needs that I have that I need to correlate, that I need to express. For example, sometimes I've got these meditative practices, 12th house, where it's important for me, I have emotional moodiness. And there are times when I have to just get through these things myself, where I have to be by myself, do my practices and work through them. But there's also times where you might do well to work through these things with other people, to just talk with people, vocalize with people about the difficulties that you've had. Even though a lot of what probably happened to you to cause these things has happened in a 12th house way, which has probably given you some difficulty with your sexual energy, especially because you have a lot of energy in the masculine energies. To feel confidence with yourself as a goddess, as the woman who can host a man's energy, can hold a man's hand and say, I'm here for you. I'm here to listen, to absorb, and to be the foundation of your life. Your bread is probably buttered, Lisa, more on the side of we're friends, let's get together, and you've got your things that you do, and I've got my things that I do. Yeah, so now that you're older, it's a little bit easier for you to deal with your sexuality and to deal with this energy. I'm very glad to hear that. So being open about what has happened to you and what's come through you, and allowing your sexual energy to move freely and confidently. What's tricky for you is that, I could almost ask, I could see you being the type of person who attracts people who are like you, who, let's say, somebody who is trying to create a wooden mantle or something. He's a construction worker, and he's putting a lot of time, and he has to dig and do this annoying work in order to, a cabinet maker. And he might be the type of person who gets frustrated. I gotta do this, and I gotta sand this thing, and like my dad is like this. He gets angry, and his anger, he sublimates into his work. And when things go wrong with his work, he gets pissed, and instead of defusing himself, he just throws himself at his work. And this is the type of person who revs up a lot of energy. And you might attract the type of person who has this anger energy, who has this capacity to use a lot of anger and aggressive energy and to sublimate it through you. And you can be a way to almost host that anger energy in another person. The reason I'm saying this is because you've got the South Node in the 8th house of aggressive Aries, and it's in that 12th house, harming Saturn, harming your own boundaries, harming your own, you might even serve these people in order to help them get over or get through their anger energy or an erotic energy. There could be erotic energy tied to these kinds of interplays. Yeah, so that you attract men with a deep, quiet anger that they dump on you. Now, what's tricky for you is that if you got the South Node in that electrifying, sexually electrifying 8th house, you've mentioned that your father, your ex, men in general, you tiptoe around them and you don't show your emotions in order to stay safe. Now, that is not, we should say first of all that we know that there's a healthy way for these energies ultimately that they should unfold. Really what you just mentioned is that you're tiptoeing around and not showing your emotions in order to stay safe. That's like a Saturnian self-defense mechanism operating through the 12th house, where you just keep it to yourself, you bottle it up, you make it disappear. And, Saturn is really our boundaries. It's us, how we survive emotionally. Your Saturn survives emotionally by probably just being quiet and bottling up these things with the people that you attract. Now, a lot of this definitely shows, we have to, as an astrologer, it's one thing for all of us to look at this and not advocate for it. It's not, that's not the best way for an energy to unfold. But you have to listen to your heart, Lisa, about what it is that you seek to attract. And if you do continue to attract men like this, you have to reckon with it. You have to see, why is it that I'm attracting men like this? And it's possible that the love that you attract in your life, love's a fucked up thing sometimes, where some people fall in love with men who have these problems, but the good in those men outweigh the bad. You have to find that out for yourself. So you don't want to attract people like this. Now, Lisa, so it's not you and it's not their fault, and you're saying you should show up differently, and it's been a struggle for you. You've stayed single for so long because you don't want to attract people like this while you worked on yourself. Now, that's very good, Lisa, but I do want you to consider, especially because really, you've got the South Node in Aries, and that is very much a I'm going to work on it all myself kind of energy. It's interesting to have it in the 8th house. The Rahu and Pluto, through, Venus is being starved in Cancer, and that's square to these two. So regardless of the delight from Jupiter, you are probably going to feel, my dear, okay, here's something we have to say. Venus is being starved by the moon because it's in Cancer. So Venus is in the sign of its enemy, the moon. And the moon is technically malefic, but still, this would still be a starvation, or even a thirst is what we would call it. When a sign is in a sign that's a water sign and it's an enemy sign, Venus is thirsted, which means you can still have good relationships that you seek. And Venus won't necessarily really mess with those relationships, but there's an internal feeling like this is what happens when Venus is starved by the moon. Venus is the planet of mutual value and reciprocity in a relationship. Venus being starved means that you've gotten used to, when you were very young, through the moon, you've probably, instead of being able to healthily enjoy values inside of yourself and building values, seeking things that you enjoy all on your own, you've gotten used to depending on others to bring you that value, that validation. So you feel like it's necessary for you to validate yourself through other people, and that's probably something you've felt since you were very young. There's an abandonment complex energy here. Although Jupiter delighting it in the 11th house might have made you feel like I've been an important person through my parents, through things I've done in my life. They know that they allow you to see that you do have some value. Jupiter's bringing out some of this value for you. But Venus is still being starved by the moon, which signifies that you have an emotional hunger. And you probably feel, when I try to go out with men, I'm too hungry for them. I have this hunger that must be frustrating to them. And furthermore, you have this hunger to be with men and to absolve your loneliness, and more also to the point to experience the karmas of Libra through the second house, which is developing a life with somebody, having someone, developing emotional security and abundance, and erotic abundance within yourself. Pluto being there is an interesting element of this. So what might have happened for you in your life, because the Venus is thirsted, is that you might have felt like, not only that, but you've got so much energy going towards the masculine energy signs that it might be difficult for you to confidently say to a man that we can secure each other. It might feel like, because you have so much energy going towards not what you are as a woman, which is sensing your man, thinking about your house, beautifying the house, having children, and securing yourself through emotional joys, through wearing nice clothing, and through listening and talking with your husband. Setting up little dates with your husband. Like, this is the feminine. The feminine develops depth in its relationship. And you probably feel like this is a natural thing for a woman to do, is to develop depth in your relationship. But you felt in the past that your desire to develop depth in your personal relationships is something that comes on and off for you. And you've probably felt it's annoying. You probably got together with men because I do all these things. I like to have my alone time. I like to do things separately. I like to have my sovereignty, and you can have your sovereignty. And you probably set up your relationships to be this, where we're both two very independent people. Then, when you come together with someone, you develop these feelings of wanting to develop closer intimacy with them. And that might feel shameful for you. That might feel like something you mistrust in yourself. You're scared to take up space. That's a great way of saying what I'm saying. You're afraid to take up space. You're almost, feeling like it would be hard for you to have emotional closeness with people. Part of what needs to happen is that this meditation that you do would be very well to allow you to be okay with asking for what you need, holding it, from whether it's through friends or through a partner. Come together with a partner if you can. You got to spend a bit of time on this, because this is something that you probably do want to have in order to move forward with your greater desires, which is to have, a life, a social life, and working with other people. You got the North Node in Pluto here in Libra. This is going to force you to work with other people, to bond with other people, and to get out of the selfhood of Aries. Since you were 43, the North Node in Libra has become active. Self-worth often shows up in a chart. Sal is asked, how does self-worth show up in a chart? It's usually through a healthy moon, a healthy things going on with Venus, and sometimes things going on with the sun. The sun is more like self-worth in terms of what my destiny is. It's the masculine self-worth. Was I valuable? Did I contribute to society? Etc. And Lisa has that. But the moon is showing very weak Shadbala, and Venus is a little bit starved too, although it's delighted as well. mostly the moon being weak in Shadbala would make us point at the idea that there's a need in this person to, you might always feel like it's difficult for you to adapt with people, to being close with people. The moon being weak in this way, you might not think about the importance of being in a relationship and adapting yourself in your life to being with other people. Especially, it's interesting that the 11th house, Virgo likes to have a lively social life. The emotional identity of Virgo rules the 11th house. So to have friends, you should have friends and girlfriends and people for whom you enjoy just doing social things, not necessarily because you do anything for them, but just because you enjoy the company and social reality of having a social life. And it's through this that you might help yourself to develop a closer relationship with somebody. It's good to have lots of close friends for you. That is very important. And your friends can help you move through this energy as a 46-year-old. You mentioned at 43 that all hell broke loose for you. It was in 2021. It was at 43 years old that your Rahu matured. Thank you, Lisa. I'm glad to hear that general emotional intimacy with friends is not an issue. It's just the men thing. So what happened to you when you were 43 years old, Lisa? When you were 43, your Rahu matured, and this would have also caused some consternation regarding the fact that Venus is square to the nodes. So your kid's dad alienated your kids from you. So you had a moment where you had an experience. I can see that would have been a difficult experience for you, darling. I'm very glad to hear that you're still here with us. So at that time, especially, you got Pluto in the North Node here in Libra, and it's square to this Venus. This would have been a very important time for you to develop your personal sense of Rahu and Venus and value and what this value means to you. So you died and you were found randomly, and this gave you enough time to bring you back to life. Thank you so much for sharing. That's a very heavy thing. Now, this did happen to happen. This is when you took up meditation. This happened at a time when your Rahu was maturing through Libra. It almost goes to show that making peace with how you orient yourself in your soul, it almost seems like you needed to make peace at some level with not allowing the reflection of other people socially, the Plutonian Libra in the second house. Virgo has Libra on its second house. It would have amplified, as Sal is saying here, this would have amplified the Pluto energy at 43 that is resting in Libra. You were 4 days into an 8th house profection year. So it would be very important at this time, with Rahu maturing, for you to make peace with Pluto in Libra in the second house. Libra is the second house for a Virgo. The second house has a lot to do with our self-value, of our feeling like we have something erotically and psychologically, and basically that we have some value to share and build relationships through. Now, at the time, especially with your family giving you this big alienation in this way, I can see how this would have been difficult. And at this time, there's probably amends you had to make. And I hope that there are amends that you can make as best as you can with your family. But it's hard to say in this situation because I don't know your personal situation. That being said, it's important, number one, to detach from abusive things that people have done to you, from the personal feeling of trying to gain power through other people, and making a distance from those people, at least a distance from your attachment to being validated by these things. Venus starving Jupiter is starving the Lord of children. And sometimes starvation is a mutual thing. At some level, Lisa, I'm glad that you're meditating. You have no other family, just your kids. It would be very important for you at this time to develop a sense of who you are beyond all of these things, but also that at the same time, that doesn't mean to throw it away completely. It's important for you to find ways to validate yourself outside of other people in general. You got strong 8th house energy with this, Venus starving Jupiter. It's a real hunger to be validated in some way. And especially, you got to make sure you detach yourself from the feeling of others being aware of this and others whatever judgment or whatever social things that people would put through you at a time like this is irrelevant to the feelings that you're feeling. Because when you're dealing with this sort of energy, the energy of really even just want to kill yourself because of the shame of what you've experienced, you really have to look at how much of that shame is being amplified by your experience, especially because you don't have any family outside of it. So God bless you, honey. That's a very vulnerable time. And this is right at a moment when you had nothing to do but just experience this thing. You got through it, and you're on the other side of it. Now, I'm hoping that you are still with your therapist to talk about how you can find validation for yourself through not only holding on to, I don't know if you have friends that really surrounded you and people are disgusted at him. Now, it's important, do your best that you can to, stay connected to your kids. This is one of those things, I'm not a trained psychoanalyst or psychotherapist, so I don't know really what is the best route here in terms of advising how you would, I don't know what's going on with you and your kids, whether it's easy for you to stay in contact with them. But remember, as I'm saying, detach from the desire to be validated by your children and the people around you, but also be objective about still being able to be connected with them. Be at peace with them. There's only so much you can do with children who have been, poisoned by a spouse, who are going to fill the kids' heads full of ideas of who you are. But you're their mother. You have a lot of draw and a lot of power. And if you are patient with yourself and you are patient with, so you've mentioned here that you've recognized in yourself that it's like one of those things. It's you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. It's true that having validation from your children is something that you don't want to throw away completely. But you also can't expect it. There's probably a thirst in you with this thirsty moon, and the moon start thirsting Venus, is that there's a desire in you to be validated somehow. And surely, with this Pluto and the North Node in Libra down here, the family of the second house, it's probably the case that your children have been an important structure of your self-validation in the past. So don't throw away the baby with the bathwater. Don't throw away the validation that's capable through your children completely, but you have to be very careful with it. This is a very sensitive thing because you don't want to be completely wrapped up in that. I'm glad that you have a social circle of friends. You're a Virgo with a strong Mercury, and you can use your conversation with friends to help ameliorate what you can't get out of your validation from your children, out of your closeness with your children. Because, again, it's painful for me to say these things, but there are significations where you have to accept what your children will give you. I'm sure that they love you, you're their mother, and I'm sure that they know that you love them. Good. To let go of the validation there. Let's say you're learning to let go of the need for validation. But you're like a gardener who's planting these flowers. Good. I'm glad to hear you're rebuilding. It's like you're planting these flowers. You're doing it and not necessarily expecting it to flower. You're just planting them, nurturing them. And if they never flower, it's okay. They won't flower at all if you don't nurture them. And they might hardly flower. They might not do as much as all of us here watching would expect and hope. So don't have any expectations, but consider it as a part of your nurturing karma for yourself. To put in what you think is appropriate for your children, with your children. Lead by peace and love. And your kids will remember it. Because they're going to get older and they're going to see, as time has gone on, how things have happened. When the moon being starved and the need for validation is good clarity. I'm glad to hear that that's clarifying for you. So, having your social life, having relationships, and even, don't be afraid to develop a relationship with another person. But you would do well you seem very open about this. So I'm not really that afraid with it. I feel like you've got a Mercury that is really dragging you through a lot of mud. I feel your Mercury in particular is a good friend of yours. As well, you've got that exalted Jupiter. I'm just poking around to see what else I can see from that. Your Saturn is actually strong in Shadbala. Oh. Very interesting. Something I've just realized that you've got going on here too is that you've got Saturn and Mars in planetary war. And that's really helping to save Saturn. It's really giving Saturn a lot of Shadbala. But this Shadbala means that it's really damaging to Mars. Mars seems strong in a lot of ways outside of this. But Mars is really getting dinged by something called planetary war. I should have seen this from the beginning. It's when Mars... Yeah, okay, so they're both at 25 degrees within 3 minutes of arc of each other. So I'm reading your comments here. But this is worth noting that Mars is being defeated in planetary war by Saturn. If we had more time, I would have spoken more to this, but suffice to say that when this happens, it's very damaging to the planet who's being stricken. And Saturn here is our very loaded South Node Lord. So Mars is the South Node Lord. So your ability to advocate for yourself and have strength in yourself through Mars, and also demanding what your needs are, is something that you have to learn to do in relationships as well. Mars is something you'll run into on a daily basis. Yeah, that's a good point, Brutus. So you're constantly wearing maybe like an energetic straitjacket in your life. And with a chart like this, it's important for that Mars to gain the liberation that it seeks. And it can. Mars has a lot of strength and help from its friends. It's not damaged to the point of being beyond its capacity to do what it really needs to do. It's delighted by the sun. So there's an identity in you that is capable of, ultimately, even though Mars is harmed in this Shadbala, it's still at 100%. It's strong outside of this planetary war. And this also helps the Saturn. So you have an independence. You have a strength in you, darling. There is... So you're asking, you're trying to move into this strength of yours, and you're asking, do you do it, and do you just remain afraid? So the fear that you experience is natural. The experience of, as a woman, having a difficult Mars and a difficult Saturn, is you've survived everything so far, but you're probably fragile. Sometimes, as the Joker says on Batman, sometimes what doesn't kill us only makes us stranger. So you've had a lot of difficult things that you've had to experience, and it has left you with a fragility. You have to recognize this fragility in yourself. Don't be embarrassed about it. But your Mars is still strong enough to have the capacity to ground you and to have strength. So you're fragile with men and with your kids. Thank you for sharing, Lisa. In a situation like this, it is good for you to ground yourself in Mars and Saturn energy. Some things that would bring you some of this would include basic, like, muscular stuff. I really recommend you get into yoga. Yoga would be a great way for you to start developing muscle capacity to maintain your muscular integrity while you're in the pressure of a moment. So Lisa, you're asking how. For example, if you're in a moment where you're trying to talk to your old husband, and I could see how there's a fragility that would probably cause you to freeze, to not be able to stand up for yourself. You might do well doing something like kickboxing or some kind of, have fun with it too. A martial art where you're slowly developing an ability to confront energy. Like, this is a great chart, because the thing is this would be a great chart for martial arts. You have the masculine energy about you. You have the many things in fire and air signs. Mars and Saturn have significations where they need to develop past this fragility. And usually when they're really dinging each other, there's such a lack of strength in the two of them that it would be hard for you to sit and develop that kind of masculine strength because they're so dinged. But you actually have the strength in you here. Saturn has some difficulty. Saturn is really being starved by the sun, and it's being agitated by Mars, which means that when you go and you do something like these martial arts that I'm recommending, lifting weights is a good one, because that is you pushing against yourself. Finding things that have endurance, where you're pushing yourself beyond your limits. But also specifically martial arts, going to a martial arts class that has patience for you, where you can talk to the instructor and say, I'm here because I have experienced abuse and I really shut down in the face of confrontation. This is the type of practice where you can sit with your confrontation of another person, and this other person is like a fellow woman, for example, who has also experienced this. Or someone who is together, the two of you can exercise in a safe and secure environment facing the confrontation of an antagonistic energy. Because Lisa, my dear, Mars is very important for women. Having the strength of Mars to sit with a man's energy. When a man is at his best energy, it's like, it's like it's a writhing serpent. Like it's like bang, arms open, like big male energy. And this is a strong part of the sexual experience for males. And you might even feel like you sublimate by allowing men to channel that energy through the 8th house. You kind of do it for yourself. You allow yourself to kind of have that energy. But the problem is when you hold that energy for men, they get to do it for you, but you don't have your own, then the men are going to think it's a cool, kinky thing or an enjoyable thing for them to have that masculine energy for you. You're almost open to it. That's the tricky thing with you, is that your south node almost has its own tough Aries energy. But because Mars is in such a difficult situation, you almost show like you want to experience it, but you haven't worked on it. And so you seem to attract men and people who have this confrontational energy, and you almost look like you could apply it, but you don't necessarily you can't take what your unconscious is attracting in this male Aries energy. But having the south node there in Aries shows that you have the capacity to do this. You have the capacity to start moving into what I would call soft confrontations. Martial arts, I think, is a great one, but even playing games, like Scrabble, like going and playing games like this with people that require you to use a little bit of punch, to use a little bit of your confident thing. Even talking with people and having debates in this kind of thing. A lot of this also, I highly recommend yoga, because yoga, and I mean hatha yoga, but also meditation, 12th house stuff. This is a way for you to confront your own limitations through your own comfort zone. You might even do well visualizing fire. Visualizing, have a fire. I don't know if you've ever had a fire with yourself, where you create the fire and you feel the energy, the burning energy and heat of Mars. If you have the capacity to do this with yourself, if you have a backyard, a little chimenea, you build a fire for yourself, you build this energy, and you work on building, even though it's destructive, even though it eats away at building a fire is hard. Like it's like the wood it gets eaten up quickly. It's hungry. Fires are very hungry. Visualizing fire, visualizing the destructive energy of fire, and how that destructive energy is like Kali. Kali creates through its ability to pierce through things and to be constructively destructive when that's appropriate. I'm glad that you like having fires at home in your backyard. You might even want to meditate on fire when you have it. Meditate on its fiery capacities, and then take that meditation and remember it as you practice soft confrontation. Women's self-defense is it. You nailed it, Catherine. You can build in general. Last year, you built a deck at the back of your house so you can do shit. Or, of course. So, yeah, totally. You can definitely do that. You got the sun for it. You've got a sun energy, which, again, the sun is your 12th house. So in some ways, this is like Zen hobbies. Building a deck for yourself does require Mars and Saturn, thinking about it, learning about it, and then putting your muscle into it. Building things is a great thing to do. You haven't known how to remedy this Mars and Saturn thing, but this helps. Right. So, things that require discipline and really, again, soft confrontation. I really think women's self-defense is just a great thing. A debate team is another good example, where you have to learn to apply your voice to people who are debating against you, You've got the Mercury that can make you playful and even convincing in a way that you don't necessarily need to use too much aggression, but soft, safe applications and practices and exercises of aggression. You know, Tantra has all sorts of root chakra energy stuff. The Kauli, the Kaula energy of Tantra. You know, red Tantra. This is something that you might want to explore too, where I had a girlfriend who I was with for 3 years, God bless her, and she was into this kind of, she had Saturn debilitated in Aries, and Saturn therefore was also starved by Mars. There's a need to use your aggression and your healthy anger in moments where it's appropriate. For example, when you were young, you might have found there was times when you wanted something, like your Mars being dinged the way it is. It's one of those early childhood planets. From 2 to 6 years old, Mars is active. It's the terrible twos where we learn our motor skills. We learn our motor functions. So think about when you were young, about how when you wanted something, did you advocate for yourself? Did you know how to say, yes, I want that thing? And when you were told no, you were allowed to get angry. And if your parents might have said, don't you be mad at me. I don't care that you want that chocolate bar. Don't say no to me. Because if parents did that, it might have discouraged you from using your healthy anger. So Tantra, I think, has a place for you. Red Tantra. And they'll do things, for example, you know, Ishta is a thing. Well, be careful with Ishta, but this is an example of something that has this red chakra energy, okay? You take your pillow, you put your pillow on the bed, you imagine a time when you wanted something and you wanted to voice that thing that you wanted. Let's say, think about a time with if you're comfortable thinking about this and transmuting old patterns this way. You could use something that happened with your ex-husband as an example, or you could think back to your parents. So you had violence in the home, so you had no voice. You weren't allowed to have any self-boundaries. Darling, this is just, I hope you don't mind. I shouldn't say darling so much. I've been hanging out with a girl that I call darling. And I love that word. But I digress. This is a time in your life, especially, you know, I gotta tell you, we're centering on this for a very important reason, everybody. And I hope that you guys can see where I'm at on this. Remember, your ketu, which is in Aries, is going to be maturing in the next 2 years. You're only going to be able to fully experience this Aries, this advocating for yourself, by learning to be diplomatic. You know, you've probably learned of how to be diplomatic. Pluto here with Libra, there's a signification of having to be diplomatic with your ex-husband about the children, etc. But with everybody in life, with your friends and with the people closest to you, you're learning to be diplomatic, especially since age 43. That's Libra. That's making everyone else happy. But this making everyone else happy is something that is now leaning to, what are you going to do with that ultimately? So the best way to make everyone happy is to also advocate for yourself, to be able to have your own aggression in pushing for your own voice of your needs, getting your needs met. And this is what's going to, I think, awaken for you. I think it's no coincidence, Lisa, that you're seeing me today, and that we're discussing the importance of you opening up to Aries, the sign of individuality, the sign of myself. I think it's very important for you to come into a thing with, okay, so this pillow, for example. You've got your pillow, you have an exercise, you might even want to get some kind of punching bag. And you're learning to exercise in a moment when you can think back to your childhood and you asked for something from your parents and they gave you violence. When you were denied something that you knew and you know now was healthy and good for you. You take your pillow, you put it in front of your face, you think about that thing, you think about that moment when you wanted that thing. The pillow is right here in front of you, and you say, I do want this, and I do advocate for it. And, this is how they do it in the Red Tantra. You want to be careful not to throw this energy particularly at someone in order to make it negative associations. I don't want you to imagine that you're punching your ex-husband in the face. I don't want you to imagine that you're punching your parents in the face. I just want you to get mad at anger, to get, to feel your anger, and to say to this pillow, I am allowed to do what I want to do. And yell at the top of your lungs, ah! And just punch this pillow and just get out your frustration. Allow yourself to express that anger. My anger is valid. And you can cry and you can just say, I want it. I want this. I'm not happy with this. I don't like this is a good one. I don't like this. And you punch the pillow. And I don't like this. I don't want this to happen to me. I'm frustrated with this. You need to listen to me. You write all these down and think about ways of using your voice in expressing your anger in an explosive way. I don't know how, I don't know how this is feeling for you. I'm reading your comments here. It's about learning to use your voice and be okay with finding anger and using it as a healthy boundary. Anger is information. What a great phrase, Catherine. Anger is natural. We all have to be able to express our anger and our boundaries when it is good for us and when it's healthy for us. Now, what I think is very possible, Lisa, is that I think it's very important for you to start experiencing this energy. Aries is necessary firmness, and Libra is accommodating diplomacy. This is a very important energy for you. And I bet that you are a very chameleon, Libra, accommodating person. And there's a lot of good that can come from you expressing that strength, that energy of yours in Libra. The only way it's going to happen is if you advocate for yourself through energy of firmness. And it's a masculine energy, which feels odd maybe as a woman. You can still be the goddess. You can still enjoy everything you need to enjoy as a woman in the yin feminine side of things. But I feel like as you get to be 48, as time goes on, as you learn to, you just got to face this Aries thing, honey. You got to face this energy. Face this confrontation with confrontation. Experience the energy of confrontation in soft ways. What's going to happen is that you're going to slowly get used to it. You're going to recognize that you can advocate for yourself. And even in moments, you can tell your partners, your future partners, that something I've been growing through is a healthy engagement with anger, with staying up, with setting up, having boundaries and expressing my boundaries in the moment. So if you're with a man in the future, you can say, it's tough. I can see this being a bitch, but this is what it is. It's you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't, but you're more damned if you don't. And this is having meaningful relationships where you might sometimes have to advocate firmly for yourself and confront yourself. The guy, you're sleeping with a guy and he wakes up in the morning and he goes pee in the toilet and he leaves the toilet seat up. I don't know if that's frustrating for you. You're allowed for it to be. And you can ask. It would make me feel better if you didn't do this, my love. And if he continues to do it, if this bubbles up in your head as a frustrating thing, you got to use your Mercury and you got to advocate for yourself. Every moment where the kind of thing happens is the universe speaking to you. Because this is a huge part of your lesson in this life. Is to be open about advocating for things that are important to you. Right, something as simple as that would be hard for you. So these are the moments where you shouldn't feel embarrassed about the fact that it's difficult for you. You just got to get into that awkward energy. I've been learning to move. If you could get like this, and honey, I'm moving through this difficult energy that's always been difficult for me, and I'm very embarrassed, and I'm scared to say it. But I'm gonna. Hopefully, this is a good exercise for us, and me advocating for myself. Something I'd like to ask you is to close the toilet seat down after you've used the bathroom. I know that's a frustrating thing, but I think it's good for me to practice in a moment like this, as I do feel like it is something that I would enjoy. And if you get all awkward and it's difficult, this is, again, as difficult as it is to engage this, how much more difficult is it going to be to not live with to not have a partner if you seek a partner, to not follow the direction of your desires. So Mars causes you pain. Following the direction of your desires causes you pain. I have to ask, is it, I'm just going to dare to say it's probably more painful to not follow the direction of your desires. To just let Mars go, to just ignore it, to completely ignore the fact that you're missing a key limb. It's like a kidney or whatever organ that Mars rules, where you've got a perfectly good liver or a kidney or whatever this metaphor is. And instead of not using it, it causes you pain to use it, but it'll be more painful for you in the long run to run away from the necessity of confrontation, of standing up for yourself. And I think this period in your life, even personally, I think what happened when you were dealing with your husband at that time is that was a moment of you dealing with Pluto, but also dealing with this. Even though it was your Rahu maturing, Rahu was maturing in regards to you advocating for yourself, but not going and like killing that guy or, doing something, you had to have that little bit of Libra where you had to accept how this diplomatic thing was going on. And you might have felt like you completely lost your power in that moment. I'm so glad that you're still here, darling. I'm so glad that you're with us. You've been such an important part of my channel. I'm sure that everybody in your life values having you here. That's worth saying right now in its own right. And I'm very glad that you have the capacity to experience the value that you have to everybody. I'm sure that you do so much for so many of the people in your life. I'm so glad to hear that you're in a better place that you've ever been. You deserve to be in such a good place. I can see it in you. And, not only do you deserve to be in a good place, but just like everybody else, you deserve to own your space, to own your boundaries, and to follow your desire, even if that desire brings you pain. Because I think not following your desires of Mars is going to cause you even more pain. It's going to cause you to feel like you never tried. It's going to cause you to feel like I had the chance. And this especially in your 40s. This at 46 years old, this ketu node is going to start to mature. This is the best time for you to start advocating for yourself for this soft confrontations. Start soft. Edge into your Mars in soft ways so that when you get a relationship with a man and it comes to do the real thing, it's time for you to advocate for yourself. He eats breakfast and he leaves his crumbs from his bagel all over the counter and he goes home. You have to advocate for the Mercury in you. Be playful about bringing it up, but don't let it slip away. Bring it up. Mention the things that frustrate you so they don't blow up into something worse. And not only that, but you're going to find, because your ketu is there, that there's joy to be had. There's joy to be had in you dealing through Mars with men. It can be a very enjoyable experience. Positively sexually, but also negatively sexually. And I don't mean negatively in a bad way. I mean, there's the yin and yang of fighting and, the fighting and then the make-up sex, And the more true and advocating you are to your own Mars, you're going to find that it's something that you can actually enjoy. There's a joy there, yes. Mars is some of the greatest joy we can experience. And in a situation like yours, where Mars has been made to be fragile, you have to accept what life has given you in this regard. But you can always pick up the pieces. It's only been painful emotionally. Sexuality has been good, but just emotionally hard. Again, especially if you advocate for yourself, use your Mercury, you'll be able to communicate with a man that these are energies that you feel yourself moving through, and that you're fragile here, and that it's difficult for you to move through them. But especially if you have a man that loves you, and I think that you can. Your moon is placed in a way where it might be hard for you to move towards finding a partner that does soften and does help you move through these things and advocate for these things. Because the moon has difficulty with Shadbala, you have to be patient with yourself in this regard too, and use all the resources at your disposal. Use your friends, talk with your friends about how you could love to still hang with a man and to connect with a man, and when you do, advocate for these things. Now, as for the moon, the advice I could give you for the moon, we've talked a lot about Mars, and thank you for asking. That's a good question. Lean into the Mars, and when it comes to the moon for you is lacking in Shadbala, and it's combust, although thankfully it's being delighted by Mercury, but it is also starving Mercury. It's a sensitive place going on there for the moon. But it is ultimately, it's being delighted by Mercury. The advice I give on tuning into the moon, the moon is all about reflectiveness. It's about water. With your Shadbala, it might be strange for you to sit and reflect and have a reflective experience. Therapy is definitely a key when it comes to the moon. And I recommend you possibly moving through therapy, remembering the early childhood experiences that you had in asking for help. Now, the moon is the very first childhood planet. The moon is how we ask for help. We ask for help through the moon. It has to do with advocating for ourselves. But Mars is like, basically it's like, okay, I asked for help and I didn't get it. I cried, the baby's crying, and I didn't get what I needed. So let's say, for example, when you're a baby, you're in the back seat of the car, and you're la 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 la, and you're doing your thing, and you say, Mom, this thing is happening to me. I want my bottle or something. And the mom says, okay, honey, just a second, I'm driving. And then as she's driving, she forgets. And then, you start to cry. And that's when it's Mars. That's like, ah! And then the mom's like, oh shit, that's right, I forgot. I got to give the baby the bottle. Mars is like something that takes care of the things that the moon couldn't take care of. The moon is the first responder. The moon is, I am asking for help. When I ask for help and I don't get it, that's when it's time for Mars to come in and fucking figure shit out. Like, now it's time to deal. But the moon, though, it's our first responder, and the moon will often ensure that we don't even need to use Mars as much. So the moon is really mainly about asking for help. So this is another pain point for you. Thank you again for... I think that your Mercury does you a lot of good by being able to speak to all these things very openly. Now, the moon is a tricky one. The moon is about building trust. We know the moon is exalted in Taurus. Building trust in a relationship through constant circular reminders of the mutuality of trust, of I'm going to do things for you and you'll do things for me. We have values that we share together, and it's really about asking for help. When a baby needs something, it doesn't it just asks for it. It asks the universe for it. When you are, part of the meditation thing is being by yourself and working out energetic energy that you've been frustrated with in your life. With the moon, when you are advocating for yourself, asking for help through the 12th, because again, you've got this 12th house energy, and this would be part of your meditation process where you just sit and seethe and let it fall through you. But another key part of your meditation will be asking the universe. Look at you. You just read my mind. You can ask the universe easily and manifest, so you struggle to ask other people for anything. So asking the universe is a start. You write down your desires, and it's not just that, but it's in the moment when you are struck with emotions. We all know that you're a strong gal and that you can work these things out that you've bottled up, that you've been dealing with. You go inside yourself, you work through it, you seethe through it, you breathe through it, and you still remember and identify that this is all happening for a reason. It's all very good, very Saturn stuff. But the moon is when you're sitting, you're having an emotional moment, a lonely moment, and in this moment you say to yourself, I'm escaping. By being by myself, I'm actually escaping something that I deeply desire, which is to be able to have a friend that you can call, a relative, a sibling, somebody you can call on the phone or go and see in person and say, hey, I'm just having a tough time right now. Because I bet, you being a Virgo, I bet that you do this for other people. Although you've got a lot of energy going towards masculine things, so you're probably doing things for people a lot. But when it comes to facing your emotions and these reflective moments where you feel bad, you're energetically off, you just want to call a friend and tell them, hey, I've just been having a bit of a hard time tonight. This doesn't have to be a long-winded night, but I'm wondering if you're free today or even tomorrow. The moon is not necessarily like an emergency planet. Mars is like, hey, I need to talk to you about this thing. Are you busy tonight? Are you busy tomorrow? Are you busy the night after? I would love to have an emergency friend contact to be able to talk with because this emergency is happening. The moon is like, what are you doing tonight? Are you busy with anything? It's not urgent, but there's things in my life that I want to talk with somebody about. And I got to ask for help with these things. You do have people you can call. I figured that. You do everything for everyone all the time. No exaggeration. I don't doubt it. So now you have the capacity to ask these others for help, to just cry with them, to even talk with your friends about, if you see any guys who would be interested in being with a person like me, hook me up, hook a girl up, sister, asking people for help with your, if you are building things in your backyard, you actually need someone to help you with it. And that's as an excuse for you to build emotional bonds with them. Help people to build the things that are inside your house. Ask for help when you have a problem with the house, a legitimate problem. if you can't do your own plumbing and some kind of plumbing happens, you don't know who to call, ask a bunch of your friends, see if they have any mechanic friends, something goes wrong with the car, all this kind of stuff. These are opportunities for you to sharpen your ability to ask for help. I could see that. I could see that because the moon is in the way it is in your chart. But just like everything, when you start to invite the moon into your life, start to invite the silver of the moon, start to think of the love of the universe as this thing that you can love, and the people in it as a way for you to experience love. Because I'll tell you, something that might make you feel a little bit better about this is that even if you've got to apply the moon in this giving way, because receiving can be giving. How nice is it when we get to do something for somebody? You ever have any of those friends where they do things for you all the time, and you wish you could do something for them, but they're like, no, like they don't like when it's like Christmas time, what kind of gifts do you like? And they're like, like they're hard to buy for because they never ask. They don't reveal any possible way for you to let them in. How nice would it be to do something for them so that they're the receiver and you're the giver? Because sometimes giving is an act of bonding and receiving love. So finding ways in which you can allow people to give to you, thinking about it. Find a game that you like playing or something that you like doing that you enjoy. Girls' night out, let's go to a movie, and, just ask your girlfriends for help and say, you don't have to say like, I need help. Although sometimes that exact word can be good for you to say and practice saying it. But if you like going out for a movie, or if you like going out dancing, or if you like going out to see a show, a concert, find these things in yourself that you like. And then ask your girlfriends for it. Ask your friends for it, even ask guy friends for it if you can, if you have them. The moon rules the 11th house for you, and you got Jupiter there. You got 2 benefics there. So there is an opportunity. It is possible for you, even though internally you don't do the moon thing like you would be the most healthy or natural. It's still, you have probably people in your life, friends, whom, you probably bring value to them as coming and being dressed the way you like to dress, and adding your energy, your charisma, the flair of the Venus and Jupiter conjunction, where you come out and you, just by shining in the way that you are, expressing the goodness of Jupiter, helping people, talking with people, loving people in the way that you do, you probably have people who love you being there. And the goodness that you share with people allows them to want to bring you out to things. So think of things that you can do for other people that also help you. You started a meditation group that grew quickly. Amazing. That's an example of it. So find these things where you can help others that in a way that also helps you, that allows you to advocate for yourself and bring this energy to yourself. Wow, I'm just noticing it's very interesting that you've got the sun so strong in Shadbala. Am I seeing this right? Yeah, the sun is this incredibly strong planet in Shadbala, but it's very not so strong in Vimshopak. That's interesting. It does go to show that even advocating for yourself through your 12th house, through working through your therapy, is something still that you've got to do for yourself and advocate for yourself. And even find ways of working in the world that make you feel like you're exercising karma. Whenever you feel yourself freezing, falling into your despair, and just falling into this crippling moment where you don't have the energy to do things, ask for help, and then find ways of pushing yourself to find things constructive for you to do, like building that thing in your backyard. But also the meditation group is a great example. I'm glad you're finding these things. People listen when you talk to them, and you can share easily to help others. You just don't turn it on yourself. So, it's good for you to start warming up to being able to teach and share, teaching and sharing others, but also doing powwows, going to like red tent type stuff. If you ever heard of the red tent, if there's something like that happening in your vicinity where you're living, look for it. The red tent is when all the girls come together. They talk about their menstrual cycles. They talk about advocating for themselves. Try to get together with women and do the Mars thing through the red with them, but also develop bonds with them. Try to see if you can develop deep emotional bonds that allow you to put yourself in a place where you can ask for help. And start to ask the universe for what you want. Start writing it down, reflecting on it, really spending time thinking about what you want to ask from the universe. And I think since this is the moon too, we have to say that this also means thinking about the ideal relationship that you want for yourself. Visualize and pray. One of the best things you can do with the moon is simply to pray. Pray to the universe, pray to your unconscious, pray to your intuition that a man that is healthy for your karma, it will allow you to move through your difficulties, and will allow you to stabilize your emotions while you go and do the objectives that you want to do as this person with lots of planets in fire and air signs, the masculine energies. A partnership or just a lover of some sort will allow you to develop some kind of ground. You don't necessarily need to do the things you want to do. You don't want to depend on your partner. Be wary of your need. I can only do things unless I have validation, unless I have a partner. Be wary of that dimension of things. But don't let that stop you from praying to the universe, idealizing or finding the type of person that you want to be with, and then just move through it. Don't beg the universe for it, but just say to the universe, I acknowledge that this is a thing that I desire. Then move on with the more important karma right now, which is, even if you got a man that you want right now, you would hope that you would have developed some of that Mars Aries energy. So that's the most important thing for you right now, I think. For the next 3-4 years, come into this confrontational energy. Find other women and other people who will do it the Mars energy. Come into that. Keep your internal visualization all the while that you would be happy with a partner, if that's what you seek. Don't go begging for it, because a lonely looker never finds love. But, it's like that classic story where, the guy's on an island and he prays to God and he says, please come and save me. So a raft comes along and says, hey, do you want some help? And the guy says, no thanks, God's going to save me. And then a boat comes along. Guy says, hey, do you want some help? And the guy says, no, God's going to save me. And then someday, eventually, he dies, starves on the island. He goes up to heaven. And he says, God, why didn't you save me? And God says, what are you talking about? I sent you a raft. I sent you a boat. I sent you a plane. You just never picked them. You just never took them. So keep your eyes open in that way for what could be coming to you, for those opportunities to get what you want. But use your boundaries, use your firmness, and check to make sure that the person doesn't have qualities that are going to bring you into the old patterns that you have. And even if you attract masculine men, as you have, it doesn't matter if you attract masculine, slightly men with that anger energy that they're working out, as long as they don't aim it at you. And if they aim it at you, you have to firmly tell them that this is not fucking cool. You have to feel this out for yourself, because this might be the type of person that you unconsciously seek to attract. I don't know. Brutus, my man Brutus, is always holding down my thoughts here. There's a book called The Red Tent by Anita Diamant, and that'll bring you a bit of consciousness of what the red tent is all about. If I'm in my house or help with someone tangible, I don't want to impose them in the physical, but you can emotionally. There's nothing wrong with asking for help with physical things. So it's good to think about with the Mars thing. I do need to develop that. I do want a partner, and I certainly don't go looking, hence why I've been single for 14 years. You should, use your friends and ask for help and use your social circle that you have. Good. Good. I'm glad that you're interested in the book. And I'm glad that you understand what I'm talking about, where you don't need to go desperately looking for a man, especially because you're still working out this energy. But you can. Although ultimately this energy it's not a relationship axis. It's not necessarily about developing emotional intimacy with a man. This is really, a man is just going to be another example of you working out your self-affirmity in contrast with the world around you, with pleasing others, with Libra, with diplomacy, with sacrificing yourself at the expense of your needs. You have to find a balance there. And in the masculine signs, it's not necessarily only going to happen through, really your relationships that you bring to yourself are going to be just another part of your life where the energy that you apply to the world at large is where your chart is oriented. Right? So we've had a long session here today, folks. Lisa, I hope that this has brought you with some clarity. This one was an interesting one. This is an interesting reading. A very specific reading. This is another one where we had to really dig into some level. Astrology was there, but we also had to really apply a counseling energy, because I didn't want to just blah 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 about things astrologically while you were giving me you were constantly talking with us throughout this whole thing and giving these ideas. And this is how it often happens with me, is that I'm often reflecting on the comments or the person's dialogue with me. So I can see you saying thank you, and I'm great to hear that. I hope that this was helpful for you. I hope that this brought some things to think about. Thank you, Stephen Denton. Like I said, for everybody watching, you can check out the comment at the top, which is basically astrology at dustincormier.net. If you'd be interested in a private reading like this. Lisa, I know it was the Saturn and Mars, but I didn't have clarity about the moon, and that helps tremendously too. I'm glad to hear that. The moon is definitely something important for all of us to be able to get what we seek in life. And I'm glad that you got a clue as to the fact that it is something that you do. I would recommend you working through, thinking about the fact that you don't use it in the way that most people naturally do, which means you have to put your mind towards it. You might even, silver can be an expensive thing, but see if you can find like a silver amulet or an armlet. Something, it doesn't need to be wildly expensive, but to have a nice piece of real silver that you can put on a necklace, and think about how silver is reflective. It's the pearl, it's the oyster. Silver is reflective of ourselves. The silver alloy is a perfect way of holding any gemstone that's solid, but it's also malleable in order to create the reality that you seek. So silver might be a good ground for the moon. The Mars stuff, I think you have enough where you can lean into it. So if you have anything silver already, maybe use it as a totem to ground yourself, to remember that I am valid. I'm worthy of asking what I seek from the universe. Thank you, Catherine. I saw your energy there. And I bless you. Oh, Brutus. Brutus, buddy, I appreciate you. I wonder if I've ever done a reading for you, Brutus. I've done so many of these cold readings now, I don't remember who I've done them for. But Brutus, you've always been supporting me. I got to do one for you at some point, brother. Good, Lisa. Remember the silver, it's not about the preciousness of the silver. It's not about the item. It's about using it as a ground to remember the precious of the silver inside yourself. And yes, darling, thank you, Lisa, for advocating for me, as I can see you would be the type to do so. For everybody interested, yes, it's the intention. You got it, Lisa. I've put my PayPal donation link in the comments here. I'll thank Lisa for advocating for me to do so. It's always appreciated. It's never expected, because you guys have all been hanging out here while we've been doing these readings. We've been doing readings all this month, folks. So now, after this, next week, we're probably going to do a Jupiter thing or some kind of lesson like that. And the second Thursday, well, I can see my computer's popping. Hello. I wonder if we're going to lose it. So, I don't know if hopefully you guys can hear me. But the second Thursday of every month, we are going to continue doing our cold readings. So keep your eyes out for the second Thursday of next month of July. We will continue our cold readings. Okay, good. I'm just glad as long as you can hear me. And we're going to continue doing some more other lessons as well. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for being with me while I do these live readings. I'm glad that we did it all July without my laptop blowing up. My laptop did us some good. Thank you to Lisa today for sharing your chart with us. And Lisa, you have been such a wonderful contributor to our exploration of astrology here. You were very honest about a lot of things that would be difficult for a lot of people to be honest with about. You just sent it, honey, and you allowed us all to see and to think about and ponder how some of the difficult things that can happen to a person in life would manifest in a chart, because of how you bravely talked about some of the difficulties in your life experience. Thank you so much. Thank you very much to Lisa for being a wonderful volunteer. You're just the best that we could have had. Thank you, darling. Thank you for sending me that tip. I appreciate it very much. Thank you for everybody for hanging out with us today. This is Dustin Cormier. This is How to Rock Astrology. As I said, keep your eyes out for next month. The second Thursday of next month is going to be our cold readings. And then the rest of the month, we're just going to go back to our normal programming. I'm going to go back to my cottage. I'm going to be working on my book. Remember, I'm still writing a book right now. It's about poetry and psychedelics and psychology. And I'm probably going to be putting that out sometime next year, I'm willing to bet, the way that it's going. I've been putting a lot of effort into it. That's going to be my thing for a long time. I'm just stewing on this astrology to cook it so that when I put these books out, I'll have at least another platform to put them out. Plus, I'm just very happy to be going and doing this astrology stuff with you guys. So keep your eyes peeled, folks. We got lots of lessons to do. We're going to be getting into nakshatras and all the stuff that we've been wanting to do. Next week is a Jupiter lesson. Keep your eyes out for that, okay? So before my computer explodes, let's call her a day. Thank you, everybody. Thanks for watching. Julie, Desiree, you've been hanging. Dr. Aniket Srivastava. Sal, it was nice to hang out with you. Catherine Perry, Brutus, God bless you. Toxica, honey, it's nice to see you. Julie G. And we had quite a few people at the beginning. Stefan Denton, too. Very nice to see you hanging out with us as well. For everybody watching, enjoy the rest of your week. Enjoy your weekend. Happy summer solstice. even though it's already passed. Happy Cancer season. And I'll see you guys next week for our next lesson. Now I'm going to go eat some food. Chocolate! Blah.